same sort. But what went on in his wretched heart, between the pressure of the eye and the lust of the ring that was so near, and his grovelling promise made half in the fear of cold iron, the hobbits didn't guess. Frodo gave no thought to it. Sam's mind was occupied mostly with his master, hardly noticing the dark cloud that had fallen on his own heart. He put Frodo in front of him now, and kept a watchful eye on every movement of his, supporting him if he stumbled, and trying to encourage him with clumsy words. When day came at last, the hobbits were surprised to see how much closer the ominous mountains had already drawn. The air was now clearer and colder, and though still far off, the walls of Mordor were no longer a cloudy menace on the edge of sight, but as grim black towers they frowned across a dismal waste. The marshes were at an end, dying away into dead peats and wide flats of dry, cracked mud. The land ahead rose in long, shallow slopes, barren and pitiless, towards the desert that lay at Sauron's gate. While the grey light lasted, they cowered under a black stone like worms, shrinking, lest the winged terror should pass and spy them with its cruel eyes. The remainder of that journey was a shadow of growing fear in which memory could find nothing to rest upon. For 2 more nights they struggled on through the weary, pathless land. The air, as it seemed to them, grew harsh and filled with a bitter reek that caught their breath and parched their mouths. At last, on the 5th morning since they took the road with Gollum, they halted once more. Before them, dark in the dawn, the great mountains reached up to roofs of smoke and cloud. Out from their feet were flung huge buttresses and broken hills that were now at the nearest scarce a dozen miles away. Frodo looked round him in horror. Dreadful as the dead marshes had been, and the arid moors of the no-man lands, more loathsome far was the country that the crawling day now slowly unveiled to his shrinking eyes. Even to the mere of dead faces, some haggard phantom of green spring would come. But here neither spring nor summer would ever come again. Here nothing lived, not even the leprous growths that feed on rottenness. The gasping pools were choked with ash and crawling muds, sickly white and grey, as if the mountains had vomited the filth of their entrails upon the lands about. High mounds of crushed and powdered rock, great cones of earth, fire-blasted and poison-stained, stood like an obscene graveyard in endless rows, slowly revealed in the reluctant light. They had come to the desolation that lay before Mordor, the lasting monument to the dark labour of its slaves that should endure when all their purposes were made void. A land defiled, diseased beyond all healing, unless the great sea should enter in and wash it with oblivion. "I feel sick," said Sam. Frodo didn't speak. For a while they stood there, like men on the edge of a sleep where nightmare lurks, holding it off, though they know that they can only come to morning through the shadows. The light broadened and hardened. The gasping pits and poisonous mounds grew hideously clear. The sun was up, walking among clouds and long flags of smoke, but even the sunlight was defiled. The hobbits had no welcome for that light. Unfriendly it seemed, revealing them in their helplessness. Little squeaking ghosts that wandered among the ash heaps of the Dark Lord. Too weary to go further, they sought for some place where they could rest. For a while they sat without speaking under the shadow of a mound of slag, but foul fumes leaked out of it, catching their throats and choking them. Gollum was the first to get up. Spluttering and cursing he rose, and without a word or a glance at the hobbits he crawled away on all fours. Frodo and Sam crawled after him, until they came to a wide, almost circular pit, high-banked upon the west. It was cold and dead, and a foul sump of oily, many-coloured ooze lay at its bottom. In this evil hole they cowered, hoping in its shadow to escape the attention of the eye. The day passed slowly. A great thirst troubled them. but they drank only a few drops from their bottles, last filled in the gully, which now, as they looked back and thought, seemed to them a place of peace and beauty. The hobbits took it in turn to watch. At first, tired as they were, neither of them could sleep at all. But as the sun far away was climbing down into slow-moving cloud, Sam dozed. It was Frodo's turn to be on guard. He lay back on the slope of the pit, but that didn't ease the sense of burden that was on him. He looked up at the smoke-streaked sky and saw strange phantoms, dark riding shapes, and faces out of the past. He lost count of time, hovering between sleep and waking, until forgetfulness came over him. Suddenly Sam woke up, thinking that he heard his master calling. It was evening. Frodo could not have called, for he had fallen asleep and had slid down nearly to the bottom of the pit. Gollum was by him. For a moment, Sam thought that he was trying to rouse Frodo. Then he saw that it was not so. Gollum was talking to himself. Smeagol was holding debate with some other thought that used the same voice but made it squeak and hiss. A pale light and a green light alternated in his eyes as he spoke. "Smeagol promised," said the first voice. "Yes, yes, my precious," came the answer. "We promised to save our precious, not to let him have it, never. But it's going to him. Yes, nearer every step. What's the hobbit going to do with it, we wonders? Yes, we wonders. I don't know. I can't help it. Master's got it. Smeagol promised to help the master. Yes, yes, to help the master of the precious. But if we was master, then we could help ourselves, yes, and still keep promises. But Smeagol said he would be very good. Nice hobbit. He took cruel rope off Smeagol's leg. He speaks nicely to me. Very, very good, eh, my precious? Let's be good, good as fish, sweet one, but to ourselves. Not hurt the nice hobbit, of course, no, no. But the precious holds the promise, the voice of Smeagol objected. Then take it, said the other, and let's hold it ourselves. Then we shall be master, Gollum. Make the other hobbit, the nasty, suspicious hobbit, make him crawl. Yes, Gollum. But not the nice hobbit? Oh, no, not if it doesn't please us. Still, he's a Baggins, my precious. Yes, a Baggins. A Baggins stole it. He found it and he said nothing. Nothing. We hates Bagginses. No, not this Baggins. Yes, every Baggins. All peoples that keep the precious. We must have it. But he'll see, he'll know, he'll take it from us. He sees, he knows. He heard us make silly promises against his orders. Yes, must take it. The raids are searching. Must take it. Not for him. No, sweet one. See, my precious. If we has it, then we can escape, even from him. Eh? Perhaps we grow very strong, stronger than raids. Lord Smeagol, Gollum the Great, the Gollum. Eat fish every day, 3 times a day, fresh from the sea. Most precious Gollum, must have it. We want it, we want it, we want it. But there's 2 of them. They'll wake too quick and kill us, whined Smeagol in the last effort. Not now, not yet. We want it, but... And here there was a long pause, as if a new thought had wakened. Not yet, eh? Perhaps not. She might help. She might. Yes. No, no, not that way, wailed Smeagol. Yes, we want it. We want it. Each time that the second thought spoke, Gollum's long hand crept out slowly, pawing towards Frodo, and then was drawn back with a jerk as Smeagol spoke again. Finally, both arms, with long fingers flexed and twitching, clawed towards his neck. Sam had lain still, fascinated by this debate, but watching every move that Gollum made from under his half-closed eyelids. To his simple mind, ordinary hunger, the desire to eat hobbits, had seemed the chief danger in Gollum. He realized now that it was not so. Gollum was feeling the terrible call of the ring. The Dark Lord was he, of course, but Sam wondered who she was. One of the nasty friends the little wretch had made in his wanderings, he supposed. Then he forgot the point, for things had plainly gone far enough and were getting dangerous. A great heaviness was in all his limbs, but he roused himself with an effort and sat up. Something warned him to be careful, and not to reveal that he had overheard the debate. He let out a loud sigh and gave a huge yawn. "What's the time?" he said sleepily. Gollum sent out a long hiss through his teeth. He stood up for a moment, tense and menacing, and then he collapsed, falling forward onto all fours and crawling up the bank of the pit. "Nice hobbit, nice Sam," he said. "Sleepyheads, yes, sleepyheads. Leave good Smeagol to watch. But it's evening, dusk is creeping, time to go." "High time," thought Sam, "and time we parted too." Yet it crossed his mind to wonder if indeed Gollum was not now as dangerous turned loose as kept with them. "Curse him! I wish he was choked," he muttered. He stumbled down the bank and roused his master. Strangely enough, Frodo felt refreshed. He'd been dreaming. The dark shadow had passed, and a fair vision had visited him in this land of disease. Nothing remained of it in his memory, yet because of it, he felt glad and lighter of heart. His burden was less heavy on him. Gollum welcomed him with dog-like delight. He chuckled and chatted, cracking his long fingers and pawing at Frodo's knees. Frodo smiled at him. "Come," he said. "You've guided us well and faithfully. This is the last stage. Bring us to the gate, and then I'll not ask you to go further. Bring us to the gate, and you may go where you wish, only not to our enemies." "To the gate, eh?" Gollum squeaked, seeming surprised and frightened. "To the gate, Master says." "Yes, he says so, and good Smeagol does what he asks. Oh, yes. But when we get closer, we'll see, perhaps. We'll see then. It won't look nice at all. Oh, no. Oh, no." "Go on with you," said Sam. "Let's get it over." In the falling dusk, they scrambled out of the pit and slowly threaded their way through the dead land. They'd not gone far before they felt once more the fear that had fallen on them when the winged shape swept over the marshes. They halted, cowering on the evil-smelling ground. But they saw nothing in the gloomy evening sky above, and soon the menace passed, high overhead, going maybe on some swift errand from Barad-dûr. After a while, Gollum got up and crept forward again, muttering and shaking. About an hour after midnight, the fear fell on them a third time, but it now seemed more remote, as if it were passing far above the clouds, rushing with terrible speed into the west. Gollum, however, was helpless with terror, and was convinced that they were being hunted, that their approach was known. "3 times, he whimpered. 3 times is a threat. They feel us here. They feel the Precious. The Precious is their master. We cannot go any further this way. No, it's no use, no use." Pleading and kind words were no longer of any avail. It was not until Frodo commanded him angrily and laid a hand on his sword hilt that Gollum would get up again. Then at last he rose with a snarl and went before them like a beaten dog. So they stumbled on through the weary end of the night, and until the coming of another day of fear, they walked in silence with bowed heads, seeing nothing and hearing nothing but the wind hissing in their ears. Chapter 3. The Black Gate is closed. Before the next day dawned, their journey to Mordor was over. The marshes and the desert were behind them. Before them, darkling against a pallid sky, the great mountains reared their threatening heads. Upon the west of Mordor marched the gloomy range of Efelduath, the mountains of shadow, and upon the north the broken peaks and barren ridges of Ered Lithwy, grey as ash. But as these ranges approached one another, being indeed but parts of one great wall about the mournful plains of Lithlad and of Gorgoroth, and the bitter inland sea of Nornen amidmost, they swung out long arms northward, and between these arms there was a deep defile. This was Cirith Gorgor, the haunted pass, the entrance to the land of the enemy. High cliffs lowered upon either side, and thrust forward from its mouth were two sheer hills, black-boned and bare. Upon them stood the teeth of Mordor, two towers strong and tall. In days long past, they were built by the men of Gondor in their pride and power, after the overthrow of Sauron and his flight, lest he should seek to return to his old realm. But the strength of Gondor failed, and men slept, and for long years the towers stood empty. Then Sauron returned. Now the watchtowers, which had fallen into decay, were repaired and filled with arms, and garrisoned with ceaseless vigilance. Stony-faced they were, with dark window holes staring north and east and west, and each window was full of sleepless eyes. Across the mouth of the pass, from cliff to cliff, the Dark Lord had built a rampart of stone. In it there was a single gate of iron, and upon its battlement sentinels paced unceasingly. Between the hills on either side, the rock was bored into 100 caves and maggot holes. There a host of orcs lurked, ready at a signal to issue forth like black ants going to war. None could pass the teeth of Mordor and not feel their bite, unless they were summoned by Sauron, or knew the secret passwords that would open the Morannon, the black gate of his land. The two hobbits gazed at the towers and the wall in despair. Even from a distance they could see in the dim light the movement of the black guards upon the wall and the patrols before the gate. They lay now peering over the edge of a rocky hollow beneath the outstretched shadow of the northmost mountains of Efelduath. Winging the heavy air in a straight flight, a crow, maybe, would have flown but a furlong from their hiding place to the black summit of the nearer tower. A faint smoke curled above it, as if fire smouldered in the hill beneath. Day came, and the fallow sun blinked over the lifeless ridges of Ered Lithwy. Then suddenly the cry of brazen-throated trumpets was heard. From the watchtowers they bled, and far away from hidden holds and outposts in the hills came answering calls, and further still, remote but deep and ominous, there echoed in the hollow land beyond the mighty horns and drums of Barad-dûr. Another dreadful day of fear and toil had come to Mordor, and the night guards were summoned to their dungeons and deep halls, and the day guards, evil-eyed and fell, were marching to their posts. Steel gleamed dimly on the battlement. "Well, here we are," said Sam. "Here's the gate, and it looks to me as if that's about as far as we're ever going to get. My word, but the gaffer would have a thing or two to say if he saw me now. Often said I'd come to a bad end if I didn't watch my step, he did. But now I don't suppose I'll ever see the old fellow again. He'll miss his chance of 'I told thee so,' Sam. More's the pity. He could go on telling me as long as he'd got breath, if only I could see his old face again. But I'd have to get a wash first, or he wouldn't know me. I suppose it's no good asking, what way do we go now? We can't go no further, unless we want to ask the orcs for a lift." No, said Gollum. "No use. We can't go further. Smeagol said so. He said, we'll go to the gate, and then we'll see. And we do see. Oh, yes, my precious, we do see. Smeagol knew hobbits could not go this way. Oh yes, Smeagol knew. Then what the plague did you bring us here for? Said Sam, not feeling in the mood to be just or reasonable. Master said so. Master says, bring us to the gate. So good Smeagol does so. Master said so. Wise master. I did, said Frodo. His face was grim and set, but resolute. He was filthy, haggard, and pinched with weariness, but he cowered no longer, and his eyes were clear. I said so, because I purpose to enter Mordor, and I know no other way. Therefore I shall go this way. I don't ask anyone to go with me. No, no, master, wailed Gollum, pawing at him, and seeming in great distress. No use that way, no use. Don't take the precious to him. He'll eat us all if he gets it, eat all the world. Keep it nice, master, and be kind to Smeagol. Don't let him have it. Or go away, go to nice places, and give it back to little Smeagol. Yes, yes, master, give it back. Smeagol will keep it safe. He will do lots of good, especially to nice hobbits. Hobbits, go home. Don't go to the gate. I am commanded to go to the land of Mordor, and therefore I shall go, said Frodo. If there's only one way, then I must take it. What comes after must come. Sam said nothing. The look on Frodo's face was enough for him. He knew that words of his were useless. And after all, he never had any real hope in the affair from the beginning. But being a cheerful hobbit, he had not needed hope, as long as despair could be postponed. Now they were come to the bitter end. But he had stuck to his master all the way. That was what he'd chiefly come for, and he'd still stick to him. His master wouldn't go to Mordor alone. Sam would go with him, and at any rate, they would get rid of Gollum. Gollum, however, didn't intend to be got rid of yet. He knelt at Frodo's feet, wringing his hands and squeaking, "Not this way, master," he pleaded. "There's another way. Oh, yes, indeed, there is another way, darker, more difficult to find, more secret. But Smeagol knows it. Let Smeagol show you." "Another way?" said Frodo doubtfully, looking down at Gollum with searching eyes. Yes, yes, indeed. There was another way. Smeagol found it. Let's go and see if it's still there. You haven't spoken of this before? No, Master didn't ask. Master didn't say what he meant to do. He doesn't tell poor Smeagol. He says, "Smeagol, take me to the gate, and then goodbye. Smeagol can run away and be good." But now he says, "I purpose to enter Mordor this way." So Smeagol is very afraid. He doesn't want to lose nice Master. And he promised, Master made him promise to save the precious. But Master is going to take it to him, straight to the Black Hand, if Master will go this way. So Smeagol must save them both, and he thinks of another way that there was, once upon a time. Nice Master, Smeagol very good, always helps. Sam frowned. If he could have bored holes in Gollum with his eyes, he would have done. His mind was full of doubt. To all appearances, Gollum was genuinely distressed and anxious to help Frodo. But Sam, remembering the overheard debate, found it hard to believe that the long-submerged Smeagol had come out on top. That voice, at any rate, had not had the last word in the debate. Sam's guess was that the Smeagol and the Gollum halves, or what in his own mind he called Slinker and Stinker, had made a truce and a temporary alliance. Neither wanted the enemy to get the ring. Both wished to keep Frodo from capture, and under their eye, as long as possible, at any rate as long as Stinker still had a chance of laying hands on his precious. Whether there really was another way into Mordor, Sam doubted. And it's a good thing neither half of the old villain don't know what Master means to do, he thought. If he knew that Mr. Frodo is trying to put an end to his precious for good and all, there'd be trouble pretty quick, I bet. Anyhow, old Stinker's so frightened of the enemy, and he's under orders of some kind from him, or was, that he'd give us away, rather than be caught helping us, and rather than let his precious be melted, maybe. At least that's my idea, and I hope the master will think it out carefully. He's as wise as any, but he's soft-hearted. That's what he is. It's beyond any Gamgee to guess what he'll do next. Frodo didn't answer Gollum at once. While these thoughts were passing through Sam's slow but shrewd mind, he stood gazing out towards the dark cliff of Cirith Gorgor. The hollow in which they had taken refuge was delved in the side of a low hill, at some little height above a long trench-like valley that lay between it and the outer buttresses of the mountains. In the midst of the valley stood the black foundations of the western watchtower. By morning light, the roads that converged upon the gate of Mordor could now be clearly seen, pale and dusty, one winding back northwards, another dwindling eastwards into the mists that clung about the feet of Ered Lithui, and a third that ran towards him. As it bent sharply round the tower, it entered a narrow defile, and passed not far below the hollow where he stood. Westward to his right it turned, skirting the shoulders of the mountains, and went off southwards into the deep shadows that mantled all the western sides of Efelduath. Beyond his sight it journeyed on into the narrow land between the mountains and the great river. As he gazed, Frodo became aware that there was a great stir and movement on the plain. It seemed as if whole armies were on the march, though for the most part they were hidden by the reeks and fumes drifting from the fens and wastes beyond. But here and there he caught the gleam of spears and helmets, and over the levels beside the roads, horsemen could be seen riding in many companies. He remembered his vision from afar upon Armon Hen so few days before, though now it seemed many years ago. Then he knew that the hope that had for one wild moment stirred in his heart was vain. The trumpets had not rung in challenge but in greeting. This was no assault upon the Dark Lord by the men of Gondor, risen like avenging ghosts from the graves of Valor long passed away. These were men of other race, out of the wide Eastlands, gathering to the summons of their overlord, armies that had encamped before his gate by night and now marched in to swell his mounting power. As if suddenly made fully aware of the peril of their position, alone, in the growing light of day, so near to this vast menace, Frodo quickly drew his frail grey hood close upon his head and stepped down into the dell. Then he turned to Gollum. "Smeagol," he said, "I'll trust you once more. Indeed, it seems that I must do so, and that it's my fate to receive help from you. Well, I least look for it, and your fate to help me, whom you've long pursued with evil purpose. So far, you've deserved well of me, and have kept your promise truly. Truly, I say it mean," he added with a glance at Sam. "For twice now we've been in your power, and we have no harm to us. Nor have you tried to take from me what you once saw. May the third time things live there. Orcs, yes, always orcs. But worse things live there too. The road climbs right under the shadow of the walls and passes the gate. Nothing moves on the road that they don't know about. The things inside know. The silent watchers. So that's your advice, is it? Said Sam. That we should go another long march south to find ourselves in the same fix or a worse one when we get there, if we ever do? No, indeed, said Gollum. Hobbits must see, must try to understand. He doesn't expect attack that way. His eye is all round, but he tends more to some places than to others. He can't see everything all at once, not yet. You see, he has conquered all the country west of the Shadowy Mountains down to the river, and he holds the bridges down. He thinks no one can come to the Moon Tower without fighting big battle at the bridges or getting lots of boats which they cannot hide, and he will know about it. You seem to know a lot about what he's doing and thinking, said Sam. Have you been talking to him lately, or just hobnobbing with orcs? Not nice, Hobbit, not sensible, said Gollum, giving Sam an angry glance and turning to Frodo. Smeagol has talked to orcs, yes, of course, before he met Master, and to many peoples. He has walked very far, and what he says now many peoples are saying. It's here in the north that the big danger is for him, and for us. He will come out of the Black Gate one day soon. That is the only way big armies can come. But away down west he is not afraid, and there are the Silent Watchers. Just so, said Sam, not to be put off. And so we're to walk up and knock at their gate and ask if we're on the right road for Mordor? Or are they too silent to answer? It's nonsense. We might as well do it here and save ourselves a long tramp. Don't make jokes about it, hissed Gollum. It isn't funny. Oh, no, not amusing. It's nonsense to try and get into Mordor at all. But if Master says I must go or I will go, then he must try some way. But he must not go to the terrible city. Oh, no, of course not. That is where Smeagol helps. Nice Smeagol. Though no one tells him what it is all about, Smeagol helps again. He found it. He knows it. What did he find? Asked Frodo. Gollum crouched down, and his voice sank to a whisper again. A little path leading up into the mountains, and then a stair, a narrow stair. Oh yes, very long and narrow, and then more stairs, and then, his voice sank even lower, a tunnel, a dark tunnel, and at last a little cleft, and a path high above the main pass. It was that way that Smeagol got out of the darkness, but it was years ago. The path may have vanished now, but perhaps not, perhaps not. I don't like the sound of it at all, said Sam. Sounds too easy at any rate in the telling. If that path is still there, it'll be guarded too. Wasn't it guarded, Gollum? As he said this, he caught, or fancied he caught, a green gleam in Gollum's eye. Gollum muttered, but did not reply. Is it guarded? Asked Frodo sternly. And did you escape out of the darkness, Smeagol? Were you not rather permitted to depart upon an errand? That at least is what Aragorn thought, who found you by the dead marshes some years ago. It's a lie, hissed Gollum, and an evil light came into his eyes at the naming of Aragorn. He lied on me, yes he did. I did escape all by my poor self. Indeed, I was told to seek for the precious, and I have searched and searched, of course I have, but not for the black one. The precious was ours. It was mine, I tell you. I did escape. Frodo felt a strange certainty that in this matter Gollum was for once not so far from the truth as might be suspected, that he had somehow found a way out of Mordor, and at least believed that it was by his own cunning. For one thing, he noted that Gollum used I, and that seemed usually to be a sign. on its rare appearances, that some remnants of old truth and sincerity were for the moment on top. But even if Gollum could be trusted on this point, Frodo didn't forget the wiles of the enemy. The escape may have been allowed or arranged, and well known in the Dark Tower, and in any case, Gollum was plainly keeping a good deal back. "I ask you again," he said, "is not this secret way guarded?" But the name of Aragorn had put Gollum into a sullen mood. He had all the injured air of a liar suspected when for once he has told the truth, or part of it. He didn't answer. "Is it not guarded?" Frodo repeated. Yes, perhaps. No safe places in this country," said Gollum sulkily. "No safe places, but Master must try it or go home. No other way." They couldn't get him to say more. The name of the perilous place and the high pass he could not tell, or would not. Its name was Cirith Ungol, a name of dreadful rumour. Aragorn could perhaps have told them that name and its significance. Gandalf would have warned them. But they were alone, and Aragorn was far away, and Gandalf stood amid the ruin of Isengard and strove with Saruman, delayed by treason. Yet even as he spoke his last words to Saruman, and the Palantir crashed in fire upon the steeps of Orthanc, his mind was ever upon Frodo and Samwise. Over the long leagues his mind sought for them in hope and pity. Maybe Frodo felt it, not knowing it, as he had upon Armonhead, even though he believed that Gandalf was gone forever into the shadow in Moria far away. He sat upon the ground for a long while, silent, his head bowed, striving to recall all that Gandalf had said to him. But for this choice, he could recall no counsel. Indeed, Gandalf's guidance had been taken from them too soon, while the Dark Land was still very far away. How they should enter it at the last Gandalf had not said. Perhaps he could not say. Into the stronghold of the enemy in the north, into Dol Guldur, he had once ventured. But into Mordor, to the Mountain of Fire, and to Barad-dûr, since the Dark Lord rose in power again, had he ever journeyed there? Frodo didn't think so. And here he was, a little halfling from the Shire, a simple hobbit of the quiet countryside, expected to find a way where the great ones could not go, or dared not go. It was an evil fate. But he'd taken it on himself in his own sitting room in the far-off spring of another year, so remote now that it was like a chapter in a story of the world's youth, when the trees of silver and gold were still in bloom. This was an evil choice. Which way should he choose? And if both led to terror and death, what good lay in choice? The day drew on. A deep silence fell upon the little grey hollow where they lay, so near to the borders of the land of fear, a silence that could be felt, as if it were a thick veil that cut them off from all the world about them. Above them was a dome of pale sky barred with fleeting smoke, but it seemed high and far away, as if seen through great deeps of air, heavy with brooding thought. Not even an eagle poised against the sun would have marked the hobbit sitting there, under the weight of doom, silent, not moving, shrouded in their thin grey cloaks. For a moment he might have paused to consider Gollum, a tiny figure sprawling on the ground. There perhaps lay the famished skeleton of some child of men, its ragged garments still clinging to it, its long arms and legs almost bone-white and bone-thin, no flesh worth a peck. Frodo's head was bowed over his knees, but Sam leaned back, with hands behind his head, staring out of his hood at the empty sky. At least for a long while it was empty. Then presently Sam thought he saw a dark bird-like figure wheel into the circle of his sight, and hover, and then wheel away again. Two more followed, and then a fourth. They were very small to look at, yet he knew, somehow, that they were huge, with a vast stretch of pinion, flying at a great height. He covered his eyes and bent forward, cowering. The same warning fear was on him as he had felt in the presence of the Black Riders, the helpless horror that had come with the cry in the wind and the shadow on the moon, though now it was not so crushing or compelling. The menace was more remote, but menace it was. Frodo felt it too. His thought was broken. He stirred and shivered, but he didn't look up. Gollum huddled himself together like a cornered spider. The winged shapes wheeled and stooped swiftly down, speeding back to Mordor. Sam took a deep breath. "The riders are about again, up in the air," he said in a hoarse whisper. "I saw them. Do you think they could see us?" "They were very high up. And if they're black riders, same as before, then they can't see much by daylight, can they?" "No, perhaps not," said Frodo. "But their steeds could see. And these winged creatures that they ride on now, they can probably see more than any other creature. They're like great carrion birds. They're looking for something. The enemy is on the watch, I fear." The feeling of dread passed, but the enfolding silence was broken. For some time, they'd been cut off from the world, as if in an invisible island. Now they were laid bare again. Peril had returned. But still Frodo did not speak to Gollum or make his choice. His eyes were closed, as if he were dreaming or looking inward into his heart and memory. At last he stirred and stood up, and it seemed that he was about to speak and to decide. But, "Hark," he said. "What's that?" A new fear was upon them. They heard singing and hoarse shouting. At first, it seemed a long way off, but it drew nearer. It was coming towards them. It leapt into all their minds that the black wings had spied them and had sent armed soldiers to seize them. No speed seemed too great for these terrible servants of Sauron. They crouched, listening. The voices and the clink of weapons and harness were very close. Frodo and Sam loosened their small swords in their sheaths. Flight was impossible. Gollum rose slowly and crawled insect-like to the lip of the hollow. Very cautiously he raised himself inch by inch, until he could peer over it between two broken points of stone. He remained there without moving for some time, making no sound. Presently the voices began to recede again, and then they slowly faded away. Far off a horn blew on the ramparts of the Morannon. Then quietly Gollum drew back and slipped down into the hollow. "More men going to Mordor," he said in a low voice. "Dark faces. We've not seen men like these before. No, Smeagol hasn't. They're fierce. They have black eyes and long black hair and gold rings in their ears. Yes, lots of beautiful gold. And some have red paint on their cheeks and red cloaks, and their flanks are red, and the tips of their spears, and they have round shields, yellow and black with big spikes. Not nice. Very cruel, wicked men they look. Almost as bad as orcs and much bigger. Smeagol thinks they have come out of the south beyond the great river's end. They came up that road. They've passed on to the Black Gate, but more may follow. Always more people coming to Mordor. One day all the peoples will be inside." "Were there any Oliphants?" asked Sam, forgetting his fear in his eagerness for news of strange places. No Oliphants. What are Oliphants?" said Gollum. Sam stood up, putting his hands behind his back, as he always did when speaking poetry, and began. "Grey as a mouse, big as a house, nose like a snake, I make the earth shake. As I tramp through the grass, trees crack as I pass. With horns in my mouth, I walk in the south, flapping big ears. Beyond count of years, I stump round and round, never lie on the ground, not even to die. Oliphant am I, biggest of all, huge, old and tall. If ever you'd met me."
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Cal?
Hey.
It's Anthony.
Hey. So,
Leave my trap closed.
this is a nice looking truck.
Thank you. still 50-50 on it.
Yeah? You don't like it?
Yeah, it's nice and big, but it drives a little wonky.
Mm. How much storage does it have?
1,000.
Yeah, I like this one over here. Oh my god.
If I filled it full and like brought it here, it'd be like a 400,000 run. Just a quick purchase so I could drive out. You drop this off at the black market.
I mean, if you wanted to, man, I could have given you a look back over here.
It was alright. We needed to get a bigger truck for runs anyway.
Fair enough.
Anything crazy happened yet today?
I don't know. I've just been looking for heli crashes with a friend. See if we could rescue any survivors.
I need to start looking for those as well.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. It would be nice if we could, like, just, you know, purchase some things, like some wardrobes or lockers so we could, like, have personal storage. But, yeah, it is what it is. Any leads on who got y'all?
So yeah, I think it was the van imposter. I'm pretty sure it was him.
Well, who is this van imposter?
I don't know who it was, but when we left there, he left with us, giving him a ride to Auto, but apparently he was like going with people and killing them at destinations, so he would have killed us. So on our way there, VPD whipped in front of us and pulled us over, so I complied because, you know, I'm not trying to get in trouble. And the second that dude climbed out of the back, they shot him down dead.
Okay. Doesn't sound. I mean, like, did he go for a gun or something?
He had blue gloves on.
Oh. Fair enough, I guess. Why would someone impersonate a van?
To kill people. He killed 7 people.
I mean, isn't that just what the vans do anyways? Like, was he trying to, like, give the vans a bad name? Like what's the motivation for impersonating them?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Seems suspicious. Well, I'm glad y'all made it out of there, at least.
It was startling because when they shot the guy, I thought they were going to execute us all. Let this go.
And that's good. I mean, did they give y'all any hassle, or did they just let y'all go?
They made us sit there for a bit, but other than that, they just were processing this, grabbing the guy's stuff.
Gotcha. Seems like a strange occurrence. I'm really like, I don't know why he wouldn't wait until like maybe he just didn't hear me saying I was buying the Matador, but like I don't know, I was being pretty vocal about it in the building. Man, you know what I miss about Civilization?
What's that?
Books. I haven't read a book in
and
ages.
songs.
Man. Yeah. Could use some classic Johnny Cash or something right now. It would feel pretty good.
We got Ring of Fire.
Oh, that's solid. There you go. And if I just had my, if I just had the Wheel of Time with me, I could just reread that over and over again. That'd be fine.
Oh, that'd be awesome, yeah.
you wouldn't forget me. If you never do, you won't think I'm true. But old Oliphant am I, and I never lie. That, said Sam, when he'd finished reciting, that's a rhyme we have in the Shire. Nonsense, maybe, and maybe not. But we have our tales too, and news of the South, you know. In the old days, hobbits used to go on their travels now and again. Not that many ever came back, and not that all they said was believed. News from Bree, and not sure as Shire talk, as the sayings go. But I've heard tales of the big folk down away in the Sunlands. Swirtings we call them in our tales, and they ride on Oliphants, 'tis said, when they fight. They put houses and towers on the Oliphants' backs and all, and the Oliphants throw rocks and trees at one another. So when you say, men out of the south, all in red and gold, I said, were there any Oliphants? Or if there was, I was going to take a look. Risk or no, but now I don't suppose I'll ever see an Oliphant. No, no Oliphants, said Gollum again. Smith. Eagle hasn't heard of them. He doesn't want to see them. He doesn't want them to be. Smeagol wants to go away from here and hide somewhere safer. Smeagol wants Master to go. Nice, Master. Won't he come with Smeagol? Frodo stood up. He'd laughed in the midst of all his cares when Sam trotted out the old fireside rhyme of Oliphant, and the laugh had released him from hesitation. I wish we had 1,000 Oliphants with Gandalf on a white one at their head, he said. Then we'd break away into this evil land, perhaps. But we've not. Just our own tired legs, that's all. Well, Smeagol, the third turn may turn the best. I will come with you. Good master, wise master, nice master, said Gollum in delight, patting Frodo's knees. Good master. Then rest thou, nice hobbits, under the shadow of the stones, close under the stones. Rest and lie quiet till the yellow face goes away. Then we can go quickly.
Do you still happen to have any extra sledgehammer?
Shadows we must be.
Not on my person, but I did grab one just now whenever I was going through Gorka, picking up my pumpkins.
Okay.
If you want to swing by.
I'm gonna run up there. Yeah, I might swing by and.
Well, I was kind of planning on hanging out here for a little bit, waiting for a newbie to come by.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I have other stuff I want to do. Not even grab it like right now. I'm just thinking about kind of. I need to get.
Okay, well I'll toss in the helipad whenever I get back. No, it'll just be in there.
Yeah, brother. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? What's your name? Myself a food. Hey, you guy? I'm Calvin. I'm the medic. What's your name?
Randy.
Randy? Are you new to the lands?
Fairly new, yeah.
Do you have a vehicle yet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't see one. I thought you may have maybe ran it over here.
Yeah, I got a vehicle, no home yet. I haven't been able to find, any code locks to save my life.
Oh, they actually sell them up at surplus for 1,000.
I think I checked up there. I didn't see anything for sale.
Go to storage in it's like with the tents and stuff. It's pretty good. If you don't want to go risk going into a KOS zone, if you would like to swing by Gorka, I've got a few extra in my base. That we have a little clinic set up there. I usually leave out some food and like medical supplies for anybody passing through. So if you want to reach out to me on PDA, like on an encrypted channel, and let me know when you're getting close, I'll definitely come out there and hand you some code locks.
I might have some stuff for you if you want to trade.
I mean, we always accept medical supplies donations, but like I said, they sell the code locks for 1,000, so it's not like it's a big deal.
I just don't want to leave my key anywhere. I mean, I'm traveling with everything on my back or in my vehicle.
Yeah, no, I
Kind of
understand.
risky getting up there.
Yeah, I could try bringing it down here the next time I'm coming. Like I said, if you want to reach out to me on encrypted channels, we can link that up. My name's Calvin Corbin on the PDA. Like Anthony over there, he's running into the base. He's one of the cabbies. He's gonna be coming by later to pick up a sledgehammer. You can maybe arrange a taxi ride or something. They're usually pretty cheap.
You need a sledgehammer?
To build a base. Have you built a base before in this land?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
he needs
built a lot, just not here.
Yeah, he needs a sledgehammer to drive the flagpole into the ground, and then he needs a pickaxe and then a claw hammer. So.
Yeah, I think I have maybe 3 sledgehammers, unless you already got a buyer lined up.
No, I just have one sitting in my base. Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
This guy's saying he's got a sledgehammer for trade.
Do you have one right now?
Yeah, I think so. I assume. I don't know.
In the vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to
One
doing my
for-
transaction.
You said you might have a couple code locks.
I have one on me right now. If you want to trade one for one.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Give me a sec, I'll go grab it.
Sweet. That worked.
Chapter 4 of Herbs and Stewed Rabbit.
Thank you very much. Pleasure doing
For
business.
the few hours of daylight that were left, they rested, shifting into the shade as the sun moved, until at last the shadow of the western rim of their dell grew long, and
Honestly,
darkness
if you ever
filled all the
wanna run
hollow.
a surplus, just
Then they
hit up
ate
the
a little
cab company,
and
we'll drive
drank
you
sparingly.
and buy 'em there for
Gollum ate nothing,
You
but he
just have to bring
accepted
the
water
cash with you
gladly.
because there's no ATM. If you want to
Soon
go
get
on your
more
own, obviously you can
now,
sneak in there,
he said,
and
licking
it's
his
just a
lips.
small stretch of
Good
land
water
that's
runs down in
but you can make
streams
it
to the
pretty
great
simple.
river. Nice water in the land we're going to. Smeagol will get food there too, perhaps.
Yeah,
He's
no,
very
definitely stash
hungry.
everything
Yes.
and just take a light kit.
He set his two large flat
You can
hands on
gear
his
up
shrunken
there,
belly,
so
and a pale green light came into his eyes.
I would just take
The
money with
dusk
you
was
and
deep
gear up
when
there.
at length they set out, creeping over the westward rim of the day.
Yeah, you just need to start farming regularly. Make plenty of money.
Yeah, pumpkins are the way to actually be stable income wise.
Honestly,
I gotta
hunting's
get
been good
running
for me.
somewhere.
I like hunting too, but like it's
Yeah, hunting
hit or
is
miss,
good.
right? Like if you get lucky and you get like a good hunting day, yeah, you're right. But like, it's a steady stream with pumpkins for me at least. That's why I like it. Although, freaking,
Thanks
the
for
world's
the
trying to
trade.
make me not because they
Take care,
keep
bud.
spawning wolves and cows on top of me.
Sorry, something about wolves and...
Oh, I'm
cows?
sorry. Yeah, the lands are trying to make me into a hunter. They keep spawning wolves and cows on top of me. Just magically, I don't know where they come from. I hear nothing. Then suddenly they're outside my house. Oh, speaking of surplus, I was actually with them on a taxi ride. They got murdered on their way out, and I got stuck there for a bit, trying to figure out my own way out because I didn't want to drive out of there into the same trap they did. A storm came. When they came back, from the storm being over, I hear wolves immediately just all around me. They must have used the storm as cover to get close. So I had to bolt out of the safe zone and surplus because obviously you can't don't work, gun stuck.
Yeah. That's
So.
a little hairy, yeah.
Yeah, so I ran into the KOS zone. I just booked it. But I don't know, man. It's risky out there because people put landmines sometimes. But as long as you don't hit a landmine, I think you can just kind of walk in. Yeah. Like I said, reach out to me on the PDA if you want.
Said you're in Gorka?
Yeah, we got a little clinic set up there, and we're going to be setting up a hospital up in Novodmitrovsk in the northeast.
Alright. Yeah, I've been pretty fortunate with the medical supplies. I may have something helpful for you.
Yeah, we're actually going to be trying to set up a blood drive this weekend over here at the mall. If you want to show up and get a few blood bags full, and you can go home with them. We're going to be trying to get some people with O-negative blood to show up and fill up. We have almost 100 blood collection kits for people who have donated that we're going to bring in and get them all filled up and then send people home with them.
Man, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, the server's been pretty nice. They've been really generous with their donations to the clinic.
I got O positive.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Not quite.
Yeah. It's kind of it's one of those things where you're not quite the perfect donor, and you're almost the worst receiver too. So it's you're the real MVP.
Yeah. I mean, as long as I make sure to fill a couple for myself, it's not too bad.
Yeah, that's what I did when I first got here. I filled a couple just while I was working around the house. but I did not do that before I had somewhere I could cook a meal. Do you have any plans as to
Yeah,
where
we're
you're gonna
gonna-
head?
Yeah, I'm thinking East Coast for sure.
Okay.
I'll be meeting up with a couple friends of mine. They're pretty green, so I want to make sure resources are close by.
That's a good call. As long as you're on that coastal road, you can pretty much get anywhere fairly quickly. And honestly, the best way to get building supplies, as far as like nails goes, is just to go down to Cherno and just keep killing zombies for like an hour or two.
I noticed that, yeah. Probably 3 or 4 stacks now.
Oh, there you go.
Really,
That's
that
enough to get
code lock
started.
was the only thing I was waiting for.
Heck yeah, man.
Best of luck to you, safe travels.
Yeah, you too.
And fading like ghosts into the broken country on the borders of the road. The moon was now 3 nights from the full, but it didn't climb over the mountains until nearly midnight, and the early night was very dark. A single red light burned high up in the towers of the Teeth, but otherwise no sign could be seen or heard of the sleepless watch on the Moran. For many miles the red eye seemed to stare at them as they fled, stumbling through a barren, stony country. They didn't dare to take the road, but they kept it on their left, following its line as well as they could at a little distance. At last, when night was growing old, they were already weary, for they had taken only one short rest. The eye dwindled to a small fiery point and then vanished. They turned to the dark northern shoulder of the lower mountains and were heading southwards. With hearts strangely lightened, they now rested again, but not for long. They were not going quick enough for Gollum. By his reckoning, it was nearly 30 leagues from the Morannon to the crossroads of Osgiliath, and he hoped to cover that distance in 4 journeys. So soon, they struggled on once more until the dawn began to spread slowly in the wide grey solitude. They then walked almost 8 leagues, and the hobbits could not have gone any further, even if they'd dared. The growing light revealed to them a land already less barren and ruinous. The mountains still loomed up ominously on their left, but near at hand they could see the southward road, now bearing away from the black roots of the hills and slanting westwards. Beyond it were slopes covered with sombre trees like dark clouds, but all about them lay a tumbled heathland, grown with ling and broom and cornel, and other shrubs that they didn't know. Here and there they saw knots of tall pine trees. The hearts of the hobbits rose again a little in spite of weariness. The air was fresh and fragrant, and it reminded them of the uplands of the Northfarthing far away. It seemed good to be reprieved, to walk in a land that had only been for a few years under the dominion of the Dark Lord and wasn't yet fallen wholly into decay. But they didn't forget their danger, nor the black gate that was still all too near, hidden though it was behind the gloomy heights. They looked about for a hiding place where they could shelter from evil eyes while the light lasted. The day passed uneasily. They lay deep in the heather and counted out the slow hours in which there seemed little change, for they were still under the shadows of the Efelduath, and the sun was veiled. Frodo slept at times, deeply and peacefully, either trusting Gollum or too tired to trouble about him. But Sam found it difficult to do more than doze, even when Gollum was plainly fast asleep, whiffling and twitching in his secret dreams. Hunger, perhaps, more than mistrust, kept him wakeful. He had begun to long for a good homely meal, something hot out of the pot, As soon as the land faded into a formless grey under coming night, they started out again. In a little while, Gollum led them down onto the southward road, and after that they went on more quickly, though the danger was greater. Their ears were strained for the sound of hoof or foot on the road ahead, or following them from behind. But the night passed, and they heard no sound of walker or rider. The road had been made in a long-lost time, and for perhaps 30 miles below the Morannon, it had been newly repaired. But as it went south, the wild encroached upon it. The handiwork of men of old could still be seen in its straight, sure flight and level course. Now and again it cut its way through hillside slopes, or leapt over a stream upon a wide, shapely arch of enduring masonry. But at last all signs of stonework faded, save for a broken pillar here and there, peering out of bushes at the side, or old paving stones still lurking amid weeds and moss. Heather and trees and bracken scrambled down and overhung the banks, or sprawled out over the surface. It dwindled at last to a country cart road little used, but it didn't wind. It held on its own sure course and guided them by the swiftest way. So they passed into the northern marches of that land that men once called Ithilien, a fair country of climbing woods and swift-falling streams. The night became fine under star and round moon, and it seemed to the hobbits that the fragrance of the air grew as they went forward, and from the blowing and muttering of Gollum, it seemed that he noticed it too, and didn't relish it. At the first signs of day, they halted again. They'd come to the end of a long cutting, deep and sheer-sighted in the middle, by which the road clove its way through a stony ridge. Now they climbed up the westward bank and looked abroad. Day was opening in the sky, and they saw that the mountains were now much further off, receding eastward in a long curve that was lost in the distance. Before them, as they turned west, gentle slopes ran down into dim hazes far below. All about them were small woods of resinous trees, fir and cedar and cypress, and other kinds unknown in the Shire, with wide glades among them, and everywhere there was a wealth of sweet-smelling herbs and shrubs. The long journey from Rivendell had brought them far south of their own land, but not until now, in this more sheltered region, had the hobbits felt the change of clime. Here spring was already busy about them. Fronds pierced moss and mould, larches were green-fingered, small flowers were opening in the turf, birds were singing. Ithilien, the garden of Gondor, now desolate, kept still a dishevelled, dryad loveliness. South and west it looked towards the warm lower vales of Anduin, shielded from the east by the Efelduath, and yet not under the mountain shadow, protected from the north by the Emyn Muil, open to the southern airs and the moist winds from the sea far away. Many great trees grew there, planted long ago, falling into untended age amid a riot of careless descendants, and groves and thickets there were of tamarisk and pungent terebinth, of olive and of bay, and there were junipers and myrtles and thymes that grew in bushes, or with their woody creeping stems mantled in deep tapestries the hidden stones, sages of many kinds putting forth blue flowers, or red, or pale green, and marjorams and new-sprouting parsleys, and many herbs of forms and scents beyond the garden lore of Sam. The grots and rocky walls were already starred with saxifrages and stone crops. Primaroles and anemones were awake in the filbert brakes, and asphodel and many lily flowers nodded their half-opened heads in the grass. Deep green grass beside the pools, where falling streams halted in cool hollows on their journey down to Anduin. The travellers turned their backs on the road and went downhill. As they walked, brushing their way through bush and herb, sweet odours rose about them. Gollum coughed and retched, but the hobbits breathed deep, and suddenly Sam laughed, for heart's ease, not for jest. They followed a stream that went quickly down before them. Presently it brought them to a small, clear lake in a shallow dell. It lay in the broken ruins of an ancient stone basin, the carven rim of which was almost wholly covered with mosses and rose brambles. Iris swords stood in ranks about it, and water lily leaves floated on its dark, gently rippling surface. But it was deep and fresh, and spilled ever softly out over a stony lip at the far end. Here they washed themselves and drank their fill at the infalling freshet. Then they sought for a resting place and a hiding place, for this land, fair seeming still, was none the less now territory of the enemy. They'd not come very far from the road, and yet even in so short a space they'd seen scars of the old wars, and the newer wounds made by the orcs and other foul servants of the Dark Lord. A pit of uncovered filth and refuse, trees hewn down wantonly and left to die, with evil runes or the fell sign of the eye cut in rude strokes on their bark. Sam scrambling below the outfall of the lake, smelling and touching the unfamiliar plants and trees, forgetful for the moment of Mordor, was reminded suddenly of their ever-present peril. He stumbled on a ring still scorched by fire, and in the midst of it he found a pile of charred and broken bones and skulls. The swift growth of the wild with
Hey. Hey. Hey, you're muffled because of your faceplate.
Oh, sorry, just a second.
You alright? There you go.
Oh, sorry, friend. I was having a bit of a headache, but I'm back.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't recognize you, so I just thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Calvin Corbin. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Pierre. It's good to meet you.
You too, Pierre. Are you new to the lands?
Somewhat. I'm traveling by foot. Just got a vehicle today, but for the most part, pretty new.
Oh, so do you have a vehicle? You said.
What was that?
Do you have a vehicle?
Yes, I have a small 4x4, but it's very cheap.
The Ada.
Yes, it's the Ada.
I gotcha. How much storage does it have?
A little bit. I can pick up the contents of things like when I go into a base, I can gather enough and to stuff it in the car, but it's not very much space.
I gotcha. I mean, I don't know if you'd like to upgrade, but I got a Patriot parked out there, and if you like, you can have the key.
Oh, absolutely! I would accept this. Thank you so much, friend.
Yeah, no worries, man. Is that Roman right there? And let me go out there and make sure which one it is, because I have not actually. My friend parked it here. We all convoyed over here, and he rode home with someone else. But we need to make sure we untarp the correct vehicle. I think.
Of course. Thank you so much, friend.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'll try to help out. We also have a clinic over in Gorka, if you're ever in that area.
For sure.
I think it should be just right up here on the right. Yep. It should be this one. It should have a little bit of gas. I'm not sure exactly how much. You want to go ahead and check it out? Make sure? Oh, he left it unlocked? Or did you unlock it already?
Oh, it was unlocked when I came up.
This motherfucker. Alright. So, you want to make sure that's the right key? We're not just taking an unlocked car?
Yes, let me check.
Yeah, try to lock it right quick. I can't believe it. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I was going to try and give it away anyways, but, like, still.
It's correct.
Alright. Here's the camo net for it. Oh my god.
Well, good thing he did not have anything important in here.
Yeah, no, we emptied it when we pulled up, but, like, still. Oh, that's funny. Alright, man. You have a good one. Good luck. Like I said, I'm Calvin. You reach out to me on the PDA if you need to, and we're always in Gorka.
Absolutely. Thank you, friend. Merci beaucoup.
No problem, Pierre. You have a good one.
You as well.
And Eglantine and trailing Clematis was already drawing a veil over this place of dreadful feast and slaughter. But it wasn't ancient. He hurried back to his companions, but he said nothing. The bones were best left in peace and not pawed and routed by Gollum. Let's find a place to lie up in, he said. Not lower down, higher up for me. A little way back above the lake, they found a deep brown bed of last year's fern. Beyond it was a thicket of dark-leaved bay trees climbing up a steep bank that was crowned with old cedars. Here they decided to rest and pass the day, which already promised to be bright and warm. A good day for strolling on their way along the groves and glades of Ithilien. But though orcs may shun the sunlight, there were too many places here where they could lie hid and watch. And other evil eyes were abroad. Sauron had many servants. Gollum, in any case, wouldn't move under the yellow face. Soon it would look over the dark ridges of the Efelduath, and he would faint and cower in the light and heat. Sam had been giving earnest thought to food as they marched. Now that the despair of the impassable gate was behind him, he didn't feel so inclined as his master to take no thought for their livelihood beyond the end of their errand. And anyway, it seemed wiser to him to save the waybread of the elves for worse times ahead. 6 days or more had passed since he reckoned that they had only a bare supply for 3 weeks. If we reach the fire in that time, we'll be lucky at this rate, he thought. And we might be wanting to get back. We might. Besides, at the end of a long night march, and after bathing and drinking, he felt even more hungry than usual. A supper or a breakfast by the fire in the old kitchen at Bagshot Row was what he really wanted. An idea struck him, and he turned to Gollum. Gollum had just begun to sneak off on his own, and he was crawling away on all fours through the fern. "Hi, Gollum," said Sam. "Where are you going?" "Hunting." "Well, see here, old noser. You don't like our food, and I'd not be sorry for a change myself. Your new motto's always ready to help. Could you find anything fit for a hungry hobbit?" "Yes, perhaps, yes," said Gollum. "Smeagol always helps if they asks nicely." "Right," said Sam. "I does ask, and if that isn't nice enough, I begs." Gollum disappeared. He was away some time, and Frodo, after a few mouthfuls of lembas, settled deep into the brown fern and went to sleep. Sam looked at him. The early daylight was only just creeping down into the shadows under the trees, but he saw his master's face very clearly, and his hands too, lying at rest on the ground beside him. He was reminded suddenly of Frodo as he'd lain asleep in the house at Elrond after his deadly wound Then, as he'd kept watch, Sam had noticed that at times a light seemed to be shining faintly within, but now the light was even clearer and stronger. Frodo's face was peaceful. The marks of fear and care had left it, but it looked old and beautiful, as if the chiseling of the shaping years was now revealed in many fine lines that had before been hidden, though the identity of the face was not changed. Not that Sam Gamgee put it that way to himself. He shook his head, as if finding words useless, and murmured, "I love him. He's like that, and sometimes it shines through somehow, but I love him, whether or no." Gollum returned quietly and peered over Sam's shoulder. Looking at Frodo, he shut his eyes and crawled away without a sound. Sam came to him a moment later and found him chewing something and muttering to himself. On the ground beside him lay 2 small rabbits, which he was beginning to eye greedily. "Smeagol always helps," he said. "He's brought rabbits, nice rabbits. But Master has gone to sleep, and perhaps Sam wants to sleep. Doesn't want rabbits now. Smeagol tries to help, but he can't catch things all in a minute." Sam, however, had no objection to rabbit at all, and said so. At least, not to cooked rabbits. All hobbits, of course, can cook, for they begin to learn the art before their letters, which many never reach. But Sam was a good cook, even by hobbit reckoning, and he'd done a good deal of the camp cooking on their travels when there was a chance. He still hopefully carried some of his gear in his pack: a small tinder box, 2 small shallow pans, the smaller fitting into the larger, inside them a wooden spoon, a short 2-pronged fork, and some skewers were stowed, and hidden at the bottom of the pack in a flat wooden box a dwindling treasure, some salt. But he needed a fire, and other things besides. He thought for a bit, while he took out his knife, cleaned and wetted it, and began to dress the rabbits. He wasn't going to leave Frodo alone asleep even for a few minutes. "Now, Gollum," he said, "I've another job for you. You go and fill these pans with water and bring them back." "Smeagol will fetch water, yes," said Gollum. "But what does the hobbit want all that water for? He's drunk, he's washed." "Never you mind," said Sam. "If you can't guess, you'll soon find out. And the sooner you fetch the water, the sooner you'll learn. Don't you damage one of my pans, or I'll carve you into mincemeat." While Gollum was away, Sam took another look at Frodo. He was still sleeping quietly, but Sam was now struck most by the leanness of his face and hands. "Too thin and drawn he is," he muttered. "Not right for a hobbit. If I can get these conies cooked, I'm going to wake him up." Sam gathered a pile of the driest fern, and then scrambled up the bank, collecting a bundle of twigs and broken wood. The fallen branch of a cedar at the top gave him a good supply. He cut out some turfs at the foot of the bank just outside the fern break, and made a shallow hole and laid his fuel in it. Being handy with flint and tinder, he soon had a small blaze going. It made little or no smoke, but gave off an aromatic scent. He was just stooping over his fire, shielding it and building it up with heavier wood, when Gollum returned, carrying the pans carefully and grumbling to himself. He set the pans down, and then suddenly saw what Sam was doing. He gave a thin, hissing shriek, and seemed to be both frightened and angry. "Ah, shh, no!" he cried. "No, silly hobbits. Foolish, yes, foolish. They mustn't do it." "Mustn't do what?" asked Sam in surprise. "Not make the nasty red tongues," hissed Gollum. "Fire! Fire! It's dangerous. Yes, it is. It burns. It kills. And it will bring enemies. Yes, it will." "I don't think so," said Sam. "Don't see why it should, if you don't put wet stuff on it and make a smother. But if it does, it does. I'm going to risk it anyhow. I'm going to steal these conies." "Steal the rabbits?" squealed Gollum in dismay. Spoiled beautiful meat Smeagol saved for you, poor hungry Smeagol. What for? What for, silly hobbit? They're young, they're tender, they're nice. Eat them, eat them. He clawed at the nearest rabbit, already skinned and lying by the fire. Now, now, said Sam, each to his own fashion. Our bread chokes you, and raw coney chokes me. If you give me a coney, the coney's mine, see, to cook if I have a mind, and I have. You needn't watch me. Go and catch another and eat it as you fancy, somewhere private and out of my sight. Then you won't see the fire, and I shan't see you, and we'll both be the happier. I'll see the fire don't smoke, if that's any comfort to you. Gollum withdrew grumbling, and crawled into the fern. Sam busied himself with his pans. What a hobbit needs with coney, he said to himself, is some herbs and roots, especially taters, not to mention bread. Herbs we can manage, seemingly. Gollum, he called softly, third time pays for all. I want some herbs. Gollum's head peeped out of the fern, but his looks were neither helpful nor friendly. A few bay leaves, some thyme and sage will do before the water boils, said Sam. No, said Gollum. Smeagol is not pleased, and Smeagol doesn't like smelly leaves. He doesn't eat grasses or roots. No, precious, not till he's starving or very sick, poor Smeagol. Smeagol will get into real true hot water when this water boils, if he don't do as he's asked, growled Sam. Sam will put his head in it, yes, precious, and I'll make him look for turnips and carrots and taters too. If it was the time of the year, I'll bet there's all sorts of good things running wild in this country. I'd give a lot for half a dozen taters. Smeagol won't go. Oh no, precious, not this time. Mr. Gollum, he's frightened and he's well tired, and this hobbit's not nice. Not nice at all. Smeagol won't grab for roots and carrots and taters. What's taters, precious, eh? What's taters? Potatoes, said Sam. The gaffer's delight, and rare good ballast for an empty belly. But you won't find any, so you needn't look. But be good, Smeagol, and fetch me the herbs, and I'll think better of you. What's more, if you turn over a new leaf, and keep it turned, I'll cook you some taters one of these days. I will. Fried fish and chips served by S. Gamgee. You couldn't say no to that. Yes, we could. Spoiling nice fish, scorching it. Give me fish now, and keep nasty chips. Oh, you're hopeless, said Sam. Go to sleep. In the end, he had to find what he wanted for himself. But he didn't have to go far, not out of sight of the place where his master lay, still sleeping. For a while, Sam sat musing, and tending the fire till the water boiled. The daylight grew, and the air became warm, and the dew faded off turf and leaf. Soon the rabbits cut up lay simmering in their pans with the bunched herbs. Almost Sam fell asleep as the time went by. He let them stew for close on an hour, testing them now and again with his fork, and tasting the broth. When he thought all was ready, he lifted the pans off the fire and crept along to Frodo. Frodo half opened his eyes as Sam stood over him, and then he wakened from his dreaming. Another gentle, unrecoverable dream of peace. Hello, Sam, he said. Not resting? Is anything wrong? What's the time? About a couple of hours after daybreak, said Sam. And nigh on 8:30 by shire clocks, maybe. But nothing's wrong, though it ain't quite what I'd call right. No stop, no onions, no taters. I've got a bit of stew for you, and some broth, Mr. Frodo. Do you good. You'll have to sup it in your mug, or straight from the pan when it's cooled a bit. I haven't brought no bowls, nor nothing proper. Frodo yawned and stretched. You should have been resting, Sam, he said. And lighting a fire was dangerous in these parts. But I do feel hungry. Can I smell it from here? What have you stewed? A present from Smeagol, said Sam. A brace of young conies, though I fancy Gollum's regretting them now. But there's naught to go with them but a few herbs. Sam and his master sat down within the fern brake and ate their stew from the pans, sharing the old fork and spoon. They allowed themselves half a piece of the elvish way bread each. It seemed a feast. "Whee, Gollum," Sam called and whistled softly. "Come on, still time to change your mind. There's some left if you want to try some stewed coney." There was no answer. "Oh, well, I suppose he's gone off to find something for himself. We'll finish it," said Sam. "And then you must take some sleep," said Frodo. "Don't you drop off while I'm nodding, Mr. Frodo. I don't feel too sure of you. There's a good deal of stinker, a bad Gollum, if you understand me, in him still, and it's getting stronger again. Not but what I think he'd try to throttle me first now. We don't see eye to eye, and he's not pleased with Sam. Oh, no, precious, not pleased at all." They finished, and Sam went off to the stream to rinse his gear. As he stood up to return, he looked back to the slope. At that moment he saw the sun rise out of the reeks or haze or dark shadow or whatever it was that lay ever to the east, and it sent its golden beams down upon the trees and glades about him. Then he noticed a thin spiral of blue-grey smoke, plain to see as it caught the sunlight, rising from a thicket above him. With a shock, he realized that this was the smoke from his little cooking fire, which he'd neglected to put out. "That won't do. Never thought it would show like that," he muttered, and he started to hurry back. Suddenly he halted and listened. Had he heard a whistle or not? Or was it the call of some strange bird? If it was a whistle, it didn't come from Frodo. There it went again from another place. Sam began to run as well as he could uphill. He found that a small brand, burning away to its outer end, had kindled some fern at the edge of the fire, and the fern blazing up had set the turves smouldering. Hastily he stamped out what was left of the fire, scattering the ashes, and laid the turves on the hole. Then he crept back to Frodo. "Did you hear a whistle? What sounded like an answer?" he asked. "A few minutes back. I don't know what you heard, but it didn't sound quite like that. More like something So many also in the east. I doubt not that the days of Gondor are numbered, and the walls of Minas Tirith are doomed, so great is his strength and wealth. But still, we will not sit idle and let him do all as he would, said Madlock. These cursed Southrons come now marching up the ancient roads to swell the hosts of the Dark Tower, yea, up the very roads that Craft of Gondor made, and they go ever more heedlessly, we learn, thinking that the power of their new master is great enough, so that the mere shadow of his hills will protect them. We come to teach them another lesson. Great strength of them was reported to us some days ago, marching north. One of their regiments is due by our reckoning to pass by, sometime ere noon, up on the road above, when it passes through the Cloven Way. The road may pass, but they shall not while Faramir is captain. He leads now in all perilous ventures, but his life is charmed, or fate spares him for some other end. Their talk died down into a listening silence. All seemed still and watchful. Sam, crouched by the edge of the birthplace, keen hot eyes, saw the flame walls were about. He could see them sneaking up the slopes, singly or in long files, keeping always to the shade of grove or thicket, or crawling, hardly visible in their brown and green raiment, through grass and brake. All were hooded and masked, and had gauntlets on their hands, and were armed like Faramir and his companions. Before long they had all passed and vanished. The sun rose till it neared the south. The shadows shrank. I wonder where that dratted Gollum is, thought Sam, as he crawled back into deeper shade. He stands a fair chance of being spitted for an orc, or of being roasted by the yellow face, but I fancy he'll look after himself. He lay down beside Frodo and began to doze. He woke, thinking that he had heard horns blowing. He sat up. It was now high noon. The guards stood alert and tense in the shadow of the trees. Suddenly the horns rang out louder, and beyond mistake from above, over the top of the slope. Sam thought that he heard cries and wild shouting also, but the sound was faint, as if it came out of some distant cave. Then presently the noise of fighting broke out near at hand, just above their hiding place. He could hear plainly the ringing grate of steel on steel, the clang of sword on iron cap, the dull beat of blade on shield. Men were yelling and screaming, and one clear, loud voice was calling, "Gondor! Gondor!" "It sounds like 100 blacksmiths all smithying together," said Sam to Frodo. "They're as near as I want them now." But the noise grew closer. "They're coming," cried Damrod. "See, some of the Southrons have broken from the trap and are flying from the road. There they go, our men after them, and the captain leading." Sam, eager to see more, went now and joined the guards. He scrambled a little way up into one of the larger of the bay trees. For a moment he caught a glimpse of swarthy men in red, running down the slope some way off, with green-clad warriors leaping after them, hewing them down as they fled. Arrows were thick in the air. Then suddenly, straight over the rim of their sheltering bank, a man fell, crashing through the slender trees, nearly on top of them. He came to rest in the fern a few feet away, face downward, green arrow feathers sticking from his neck below a golden collar. His scarlet robes were tattered. His corselet of overlapping brazen plates was rent and hewn. His black plaits of hair, braided with gold, were drenched with blood. His brown hand still clutched the hilt of a broken sword. It was Sam's first view of a battle of men against men, and he did not like it much. He was glad that he could not see the dead face. He wondered what the man's name was, and where he came from, and if he was really evil at heart, or what lies or threats had led him on the long march from his home, and if he would not really rather have stayed there. All in a flash of thought, which was quickly driven from his mind. For just as Mablung stepped towards the fallen body, there was a new noise, great crying and shouting. Amidst it, Sam heard a shrill bellowing or trumpeting, and then a great thudding and bumping, like huge rams dinning on the ground. "Where? Where?" cried Damrod to his companion. "May the Valar turn him aside. Mumark! Mumark!" To his astonishment and terror and lasting delight, Sam saw a vast shape crash out of the trees and come careering down the slope. Big as a house, much bigger than a house, it looked to him, a grey-clad moving hill. Fear and wonder, maybe, enlarged him in the hobbit's eyes, but the Mumark of Harad was indeed a beast of vast bulk, and the like of him does not walk now in Middle-earth. His kin that live still in latter days are but memories of his girth and majesty. On he came, straight towards the watchers, and then swerved aside in the nick of time, passing only a few yards away, rocking the ground beneath their feet. His great legs like trees, enormous sail-like ears spread out, long snout upraised like a huge serpent about to strike, his small red eyes raging. His upturned horn-like tusks were bound with bands of gold and dripping with blood. His trappings of scarlet and gold flapped about him in wild tatters. The ruins of what seemed a very war tower lay upon his head. And high upon his head, hung a tiny figure, body of a mighty warrior, a giant among the swerving. All the trees under, thundering and flying rock were thicket, arrows, harmlessly about. on swiftly. We shall be pursued as soon as news of our deed reaches the enemy. That will not be long. Go quietly, master, Sam. No need to disturb my sleep. I was walking all night. Randall laughed. I don't think the captain will leave you here, Master Samwise, he said. But you shall see. Chapter 5. The window on the wind. It seemed to Sam that he had only dozed for a few minutes when he awoke to find that it was late afternoon and Valerie had come back. He had brought many men with him. Indeed, all the survivors of the foray were now gathered on the slope nearby, 200 or 300 strong. They sat in a wide semicircle, with the arm of which Valerie was seated on the ground, whilst Frodo stood before him. It looked strangely like the trial of a prisoner. Sam crept out from the third. No one paid any attention to him, and he placed himself at the end of the rows of men, where he could see and hear all that was going on. Watching intently, ready to dash to his mountain lane. He could see Faramir's face, which was now unmasked. It was stern, commanding, and keen, lay behind his searching glance. Dark, grey eyes that gazed steadily. Sam soon became aware that the captain was not satisfied with Frodo had done for himself at several points. One part he had been saying the company that set out from Riverdale. Why he had lived Boromir, and where he was now going. In particular, to return the Hobbit to Hazelwood. Daily he saw that Frodo was concealing from him some matter of great importance. But it was at the coming of the halfling that someone played from Wigan, or so one must read the word, insisted. If then you are the halfling that was named, doubtless you call this thing, whatever it may be, the council which you speak. There, Boromir saw it. You deny it. Frodo made no answer. So, well, I wish then to learn from you more of it. For what concerns Boromir concerns me. And all arrows through his road, no matter those tales tell. But all arrows are plenty. The sight of one would not be taken as a sign of doom by Boromir of Gondor. And if this thing in keeping, it is him, then it is not that because you choose to hide it. No, because I choose. Frodo, it does not belong to him. It does not belong to any mortal, big or small. Though if any would claim it, it would be Aragorn, son of Aragorn, my name, leader of our company from Boromir grounds. Why so? I'm not Boromir, prince of the city that the sons of Elendil founded. Aragorn is descended in direct lineage, father to father, from Isildur, Elendil's son himself, and the sword that he bears is Elendil's sword. A murmur of astonishment ran through all the ring of men. Some cried aloud, "The sword of Elendil! The sword of Elendil comes to the Minas Tirith! Great tidings!" But Faramir's face was unmoved. "Maybe," he said, "but so great a claim will need to be established, and clear proofs will be required should this Aragorn ever come to Minas Tirith. He have not come, nor any of your company, when I set out 6 days ago." Boromir was satisfied of that claim, said Frodo. "Indeed, if Boromir were here, he would answer all your questions. And since he was already at Growross many days back, and intended then to go straight to your city, listen to learn the answers there. My part in the company was known to him, as to all the others, for it was appointed to me by Elrond of Imladus himself before the whole council. On that errand I came into this country. But it is not mine to reveal to any outside the company. Yet those who claim to oppose the enemy would do well not to hinder it." Frodo's tone was proud, whatever he felt, and Sam approved of it, but it did not appease Faramir. "So," he said, "you bid me mind my own affairs, get me back home, and let you be. Boromir will tell all when he comes. When he comes, say you, we your friend of Boromir's." Vividly before Frodo's mind came the memory of Boromir's assault upon him, and For a moment he hesitated. Valamir's eyes watching grew harder. Boromir was a valiant member of our company, said Frodo at length. Yes, I was his friend, for my part. Valamir smiled grimly. Then you would grieve to learn that Boromir is dead? I would grieve, said Frodo. Then catching the look in Valamir's eyes, he faltered. Dead? Yes. Do you mean that he is dead, and that you knew it? You've been trying to trap him. Why are you now trying to snare me with a falsehood? I would not snare even an orc with a falsehood, said Valamir. How then did he die? And how do you know of it? Since you say that none of the company have reached the city with death. As to the matter of his death, I had hoped that his friend and companion would tell me how it was. But he was alive and strong when we parted, and he lives still for all that I know, though surely there are many perils in the world. Many indeed, said Faramir, and treachery not the least. Sam had been getting more and more impatient and angry in this conversation. These last words were more than he could bear. Bursting into the middle of the ring, he strode up to his master's side. Begging your pardon, Mr. Frodo, he said, but this has gone on long enough. He's no right to talk to you so. After all you've been through, as much for his good, and for all these great men, as for anyone else. See here, Captain. He planted himself squarely in front of Faramir, his hands on his hips, and a look on his face, as if he was addressing a young hobbit who had offered him what he called sauce, when questioned about visits to the orchard. But also some grins on the faces of the men looking on. The sight of their captains sitting on the ground, and eye to eye with a young hobbit, legs well apart, bristling with wrath, was one beyond their experience. See here, he said, what are you driving at? Let's come to the point before all the orcs of Mordor come down on us. If you think my master murdered this Boromir and then ran away, you've got no sense. But say it, and have done. And then let us know what you mean to do about it. But it's a pity that folks talk about fighting the enemy, can't let others do their bit in their own way without interfering. He'd be mighty pleased if he could see you now. He'd got a new friend, he would. Patience, said Faramir, and without anger. Do not speak before your master, whose wit is greater than yours, but I do not need any to teach me about peril. Even so, I spare a brief time in order to judge justly in a hard matter. I might have slain you long ago. For I am commanded to slay all whom I find in this land without the leave of the Lord of Gondor. But I do not slay man or beast needlessly, not gladly, even when it is needed. Neither do I talk in vain. So we come with it, by your master and listen. Sam sat down heavily with a red face. Faramir turned to Frodo again. You asked, how do I know that the son of Denethor is dead? Tidings of death, anyway. Night oft brings news to near kindred, he said. Boromir was my brother. A shadow of sorrow passed over his face. You remember aught of special mark that the Lord Boromir bore with him among his gear? Frodo thought for a moment, fearing some further trap, wondering how this debate would turn in the end. He had hardly saved the ring from the proud grasp of Boromir, and how he would fare now among so many men, warlike and strong, he did not know. Yet he felt in his heart that Faramir, though he was much like his brother in looks, was a man less self-regarding, both sterner and wiser. I remember that Boromir bore a horn, he said at last. You remember well, and as one who has in truth seen him, said Faramir. Then maybe you can see it in your mind's eye, a great horn of the wild ox of the east, bound with silver and written with ancient characters. That horn the eldest son of our house had borne for many generations, and it is said that if it be blown indeed anywhere within the bounds of Gondor, as the realm was of old, its voice will not pass unheeded. 5 days ere I set out on this adventure, 11 days ago, at about this hour of the day, I heard the blowing of that horn. From the northward it seemed, but dim, as if it were but an echo in the mind. A boding of ill we thought it, my father and I, for no tidings had we heard of Boromir since he went away, and no watcher on our borders had seen him pass. And on the third night after, another and a stranger thing befell me. I sat at night by the waters of Anduin, in the grey dark, under the young, pale moon, watching the ever-moving stream, and the sad reeds were rustling. So do we ever watch the shores near Osgiliath, which our enemies now partly hold, and issue from it to harry our lands. But that night all the world slept at the midnight hour. Then I saw, or it seemed that I saw, a boat floating on the water, glimmering grey, a small boat of a strong fashion with a high prow. There was none to row or steer it. An awe fell on me, for a pale light was round it. But I rose and went to the bank, and began to walk out into the stream, for I was drawn towards it. Then the boat turned towards me, and stayed its pace, and floated slowly by within my hand's reach, yet I durst not handle it. It waded deep, as if it were heavily burdened, and it seemed to me, as it passed under my gaze, that it was almost filled with clear water, from which came the light, and lapped in the water a warrior lay asleep. A broken sword was on his knee. I saw many wounds on him. It was Boromir, my brother, dead. I knew his gear, his sword, his beloved face. One thing only I missed, his horn. One thing only I knew not, the fair belt, as it were of linked gold.
This is Calvin. Anybody there? Hey, what's your location, Nemo? Sounds good, man. We can figure out what you need and get yours going.
Wouldn't happen to have any barrels or suppressors for an M4, would there?
I have a suppressor for a KA, and I have one. I have two water barrels, but one of them is for the ambulance and one of them is for the base. But neither of them are like storage barrels, unfortunately. I got some money. I can just give you some cash if you need some something to get going. I got a couple of middling guns that we've stumbled across. Ooh, I've got trolley cart parts if you're interested in that stuff. You can honestly just kind of have any of those that you want, so I can get rid of them, so they're just not taking up inventory space.
Maybe I'll just donate them. I'm really looking just for like a storage barrel, and or suppressor. But you're at the hospital.
No. We can't. We couldn't block off a medical location based on the rules of CRR. But no. Give me a second. I'm having a bit of a headache. But we were in the Ag Center to the northeast with the water tower. But I will be back in just a moment. Oh, I should pick that up. Please, God. Hey, are you still there, Nemo? Hey, Nemo, you there? Oh, you're coming in pretty faint. That came in better.
I'll make my way down to you. Give me a little bit. Like I said, my cabin's up east, so I'll head down there. When I get into town, I'll hit you up. Copy?
Yep, copy. No worries, man. We're just I'm just doing a little remodeling around the shed.
About his waist. Boromir, I cried, where is thy horn? Whither goest thou, O Boromir? But he was gone. The boat turned into the stream and passed glimmering on into the night. Dream like it was, and yet no dream, for there was no waking, and I do not doubt that he is dead and has passed down the river to the sea. was indeed Boromir as I knew him, for the golden belt was given to him in Lothlorien by the Lady Galadriel. She it was that clothed us, as you see us, in elven grey. This brooch is of the same workmanship. He touched the green and silver leaf that fastened his cloak beneath his throat. Faramir looked closely at it. It is beautiful, he said. Yes, it is work of the same craft. So then you passed through the land of Lorien? Lorien Doran, as it was named of old. But long now it has lain beyond the knowledge of men, he added softly, regarding Frodo with a new wonder in his eyes. Much that was strange about you I begin now to understand. Will you not tell me more? For it is a bitter thought that Boromir died within sight of the land of his home. No more can I say than I have said, answered Frodo, though your tale fills me with foreboding. A vision it was that you saw, I think, and no more, some shadow of evil fortune that is being or will be. Unless indeed it is some lying trick of the enemy. I have seen the faces of fair warriors of old laid in sleep beneath the pools of the dead marshes, or seeming so by his foul arts. Nay, it was not so, said Faramir, for his works fill the heart with loathing, but my heart was filled with grief and pity. Yet how could such a thing have happened in truth? Asked Frodo, for no boat could have been carried over the stony hills from Tall Brandir, and Boromir purposed to go home along the Entwash and the fields of Rohan. Yet how could any vessel ride the foam of the great falls and not founder in the boiling pools, though laden with water? I know not, said Faramir, but whence came the boat? From Lorien, said Frodo. In 3 such boats we rode down the Anduin to the falls. They also were of elven work. You passed through the hidden land, said Faramir, but it seems that you little understood its power. If men have dealings with a mistress of magic who dwells in the Golden Wood, then they may look for strange things to follow. For it is perilous for mortal man to walk out of the world of his sun, and few of old ever came thence unchanged, he said. Boromir, oh Boromir, he cried, what did she say to you, the lady that dies not? What did she see? What woke in your heart then? Why went you ever to Laurel in Dornan, and came not by your own road, upon the horses of Rohan, riding home in the morning? Then turning again to Frodo, he spoke in a quiet voice once more. To those questions I guessed that you could make some answer, Frodo, son of Drogo, but not here or now, maybe. But lest you still should think my tale a vision, I will tell you this. The horn of Boromir at least returned in truth, and not in seeming. The horn came, but it was cloven in 2, as it were by axe or sword. The shards came severally to shore. One was found among the reeds where watches of Gondor lay, northwards beyond the infalls of the Entwash. The other was found spinning on the flood by one who had an errand on the water. Strange chances, but murder will out, it is said. And now the horn of the elder son lies in 2 pieces upon the lap of Denethor, sitting in his high chair, waiting for news. And you can tell me nothing of the cleaving of the horn? No, I didn't know of it, said Frodo, but the day when you heard it blowing, if your reckoning is true, was the day when we parted, and I and my servant left the company. And now your tale fills me with dread. For if Boromir was then in peril and was slain, I must fear that all my companions perished too. And they were my kindred and my friends. Will you not put aside your doubt of me and let me go? I'm weary and full of grief and afraid. But I have a deed to do or to attempt before I too am slain. And the more need of haste, if we 2 halflings are all that remain of our fellowship. Go back, Faramir, valiant captain of Gondor, and defend your city while you may, and let me go where my doom takes me. For me there is no comfort in our speech together, said Faramir, but you surely draw from it more dread than need be. Unless the people of Lorien themselves came to him, who arrayed Boromir as for a funeral? Not orcs or servants of the Nameless. Some of your company, I guess, live still. But whatever befell on the North March, you, Frodo, I doubt no longer. If hard days have made me any drudge of men's words and faces, then I may make a guess at halflings. Though, and now he smiled, there is something strange about you, Frodo, an elvish air, maybe, but more lies upon our words together than I thought at first. I should now take you back to Minas Tirith to answer there to Denethor, and my life will justly be forfeit if I now choose a course that proves ill for my city. So I will not decide in haste what is to be done. Yet we must move hence without more delay. He sprang to his feet and issued some orders. At once the men who had gathered round him broke up into small groups and went off this way and that, vanishing quickly into the shadows of the rocks and trees. Soon only Mablung and Damrod remained. Now you, Frodo and Samwise, will come with me and my guards, said Faramir. You cannot go along the road southwards, if that was your purpose. It will be unsafe for some days, and always more closely watched after this affray than it has been yet. And you cannot, I think, go far today in any case, for you are weary, and so are we. We are going now to a secret place we have, somewhat less than 10 miles from here. The orcs and spies of the enemy have not found it yet, and if they did, we could hold it long, even against many. There we may lie up and rest for a while, and you with us. In the morning, I will decide what is best for me to do, and for you. There was nothing for Frodo to do but to fall in with this request, or order. It seemed in any case a wise course for the moment, since this foray of the men of Gondor had made a journey in Ithilien more dangerous than ever. They set out at once, Mablung and Damrod a little ahead, and Faramir with Frodo and Sam behind. Skirting the hither side of the pool where the hobbits had bathed, they crossed the stream, climbed a long bank, and passed into green-shadowed woodlands that marched ever downwards and westwards. While they walked, as swiftly as the hobbits could go, they talked in hushed voices. I broke off our speech together, said Faramir, not only because time pressed, as Master Samwise had reminded me, but also because we were drawing near to matters that were better not debated openly before many men. It was for that reason that I turned rather to the matter of my brother and let be Isildur's Bay. You were not wholly frank with me, Frodo. I told no lies, and of the truth all I could, said Frodo. I do not blame you, said Faramir. You spoke with skill in a hard place, and wisely, it seems to me. But I learned or guessed more from you than your words said. You were not friendly with Boromir, or you did not part in friendship. You and Master Samwise, too, I guess, have some grievance. Now, I loved him dearly, would gladly avenge his death, yet I knew him well. Isildur's Bane? I would hazard that Isildur's Bane lay between you. It was a cause of contention in your company. Clearly, it is a mighty heirloom of some sort, and such things do not breed peace among confederates, not if aught may be learned from ancient tales. Do I not hit near the mark? Near, said Frodo, but not in the gold. There was no contention in our company, though there was doubt. Doubt which way we should take from the Emin Wheel. But be that as it may, ancient tales teach us also the peril of rash words concerning such things as heirlooms. Ah, then it is as I thought. Your trouble was with Boromir alone. He wished this thing brought to Minas Tirith. Alas, it is a crooked fate that seals your lips who saw him last, and holds from me that which I long to know. What was in his heart and thought in his latest hours, whether he erred or no, of this I am sure. He died well, achieved some good thing. His face was more beautiful even than in life. But Frodo, I pressed you hard at first about Isildur's Bane. Forgive me. It was unwise in such an hour and place. I had not had time for thought. We'd had a hard fight, and there was more than enough to fill my mind. But even as I spoke with you, I drew nearer to the mark and so deliberately shot wider. For you must know that much is still preserved of ancient lore among the rulers of the city that is not spread abroad. We of my house are not of the line of Elendil, though the blood of Numenor is in us. For we reckon back our line to Mardil, the good steward, who ruled in the king's stead when he went away to war. And that was King Earnor, last of the line of Anarion, and childless, and he never came back. And the stewards have governed the city since that day, though it was many generations of men ago. And this I remember of Boromir as a boy, when we together learned the tale of our sires and the history of our city, that always it displeased him that his father was not king. How many hundreds of years needs it to make a steward a king if the king returns not? He asked. Few years, maybe, in other places of less royalty, my father answered. In Gondor 10,000 years would not suffice. Alas, poor Boromir. Does that not tell you something of him? It does, said Frodo. Yet always he treated Aragorn with honor. I doubt it not, said Faramir. If he were satisfied of Aragorn's claim, as you say, he would greatly reverence him. But the pinch has not yet come. They had not yet reached Minas Tirith or become rivals in her wars. But I stray. We in the house of Denethor know much ancient lore by long tradition, and there are moreover in our treasuries many things preserved, books and tablets writ on withered parchments, yea, and on stone, and on leaves of silver and of gold, in divers characters. Some none can now read, and for the rest, few ever unlock them. I can read a little in them, for I have had teaching. It was these records that brought the Great Pilgrim to us. I first saw him when I was a child. He's been twice or thrice since then. The Grey Pilgrim, said Frodo. Had he a name? Mithrandir recalled him in elf fashion, said Faramir, and he was content. Many are my names in many countries, he said. Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkun to the dwarves. Olorin I was in my youth in the west, that is forgotten. In the south, in Carnus. In the north, Gandalf. To the east I go not. Gandalf, said Frodo. I thought it was he. Gandalf the Grey, dearest of counsellors, leader of our company. He was lost in Moria. Mithrandir was lost, said Faramir. An evil fate seems to have pursued your fellowship. It is hard indeed to believe that one of so great wisdom and of power, for many wonderful things he did among us, could perish, and so much lore be taken from the world. Are you sure of this? And that he did not just leave you and depart where he would? Alas, yes, said Frodo. I saw him fall into the abyss. I see that there is some great tale of dread in this, said Faramir, which perhaps you may tell me in the evening time. This Mithrandir was, I now guess, more than a lore-master, a great mover of the deeds that are done in our time. Had he been among us to consult concerning the hard words of our dream, he could have made them clear to us without need of messenger. Yet maybe he wouldn't have done so, for the journey of Boromir was doomed. Mithrandir never spoke to us of what was to be, nor did he reveal his purposes. He got leave of Denethor, how I don't know, to look at the secrets of our treasury, and I learned a little of him. When he would teach, that was seldom. Ever he would search and would question us above all else concerning the great battle that was fought upon Dagorlad in the beginning of Gondor, when he, whom we do not name, was overthrown. And he was eager for stories of Isildur, though of him we had less to tell, for nothing certain was ever known among us on his end. Now Faramir's voice sank to a whisper. But this much I learned, or guessed, and I have kept it ever secret in my heart since, that Isildur took somewhat from the hand of the unnamed ere he went away from Gondor, never to be seen among mortal men Here I thought was the answer to Mithrandir's questioning. But it seemed then a matter that concerned only the seekers after ancient learning. Nor when the riddling words of our dream were debated among us, did I think of Isildur's bane as being the same thing. For Isildur was ambushed and slain by orc arrows, according to the only legend that we knew, and Mithrandir had never told me more. What in truth this thing is, I cannot yet guess, but some heirloom of power and peril it must be. A fell weapon, perchance, devised by the Dark Lord. If it were a thing that gave advantage in battle, I can well believe that Boromir, the proud and fearless, often rash, ever anxious for the victory of Minas Tirith, and his own glory therein, might desire such a thing and be lured by it. Alas, that ever he went on that errand. I should have been chosen by my father and the elders, but he put himself forward as being the older and the hardier, both true, and he would not be stayed. But fear no more. I would not take this thing if it lay by the highway. Not were Minas Tirith falling in ruin, and I alone could save her, so, using the weapon of the Dark Lord for her good and my glory. No, I do not wish for such triumphs, Frodo, son of Drogo. Neither did the council, said Frodo, nor do I. I would have nothing to do with such matters. For myself, said Faramir, I would see the white dream flower again in the courts of the kings, and the silver crown return, and Minas Tirith in peace. Minas Anor again as of old, full of light, high and fair, beautiful as a queen among other queens. Not a...
What was that?
I made it into town here. What's your location exactly?
The water tower. You see which one I'm talking about? On the northeast side of it? You hear that? Nemo, can you hear me? Hey,
Hey, what's
so
up?
look, so I know I didn't mention this earlier, but let me turn the radio off real quick. Okay, you want to turn yours off real quick too?
Yeah, mine's off.
Alright, cool. So, a priest dropped that earlier. You can have it. Don't tell me what I gave it to you. The A12 you can have. That's just, if you like some meds. It's if you get hit.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, we don't like
Where
to
do you
keep
want
the
me to-
hard stuff around. If you was gonna drop on the ground, I can just pick it up. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. With the IV on it already.
I think that's 10.
Yeah, it's a bunch.
Hey, I figured maybe you could use it more than I can,
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna be bringing a bunch of empty ones to the mall, and then trying to get people to fill them, and then just trying to give them out to people who don't have any. But we like to try and keep a
Sure,
stockpile
you guys,
around, too.
sure. You guys doing that tomorrow?
I need to talk to the doctor, see if he wants to do it tomorrow or on Sunday. I know his sleep pattern is kind of awkward. With the clinic being 24 hours, it's a real challenge sometimes to get us both on the same sleep schedule.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I tell you what, you just let me know. Probably be around. I'll be free tomorrow evening sometime, So hit me up on the radio or
Yeah,
on
it should.
PDA.
If we do, it should be around like 8ish, hopefully. Like right around the storm time,
Sounds
like
good.
a little bit before it to a little bit after it.
Sounds good, brother. All right.
Yep. You have a good one.
I'll catch you later, Cal.
Later.
slaves, nay, not even a kind mistress of willing slaves. War must be, while we defend our lives against a destroyer who would devour all. But I don't love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend, the city of the men of Numenor, and I would have her loved for her memory, her ancientry, her beauty, and her present wisdom. Not feared, save as men may fear the dignity of a man, old and wise. So fear me not. I don't ask you to tell me more. I don't even ask you to tell me whether I now speak nearer the mark. But if you will trust me, it may be that I can advise you in your present quest, whatever that be, yes, and even aid you. Frodo made no answer. Almost he yielded to the desire for help and counsel to tell this grave young man, whose words seemed so wise and fair, all that was in his mind. But something held him back. His heart was heavy with fear and sorrow. If he and Sam were indeed, as seemed likely, all that was now left of the 9 walkers, then he was in sole command of the secret of their errand. Better mistrust undeserved than rash words. And the memory of Boromir, of the dreadful change that the lure of the ring had worked in him, was very present to his mind when he looked at Faramir and listened to his voice. Unlike they were, and yet also much akin. They walked on in silence for a while, passing like grey and green shadows under the old trees, their feet making no sound. Above them many birds sang, and the sun glistened on the polished roof of dark leaves in the evergreen woods of Ithilien. Sam had taken no part in the conversation, though he had listened, and at the same time he had attended with his keen hobbit ears to all the soft woodland noises about them. One thing he had noted, that in all the talk the name of Gollum had not once come up. He was glad, though he felt that it was too much to hope that he would never hear it again. He soon became aware also that though they walked alone, there were many men close at hand. Not only Damrod and Mablung flitting in and out of the shadows ahead, but others on either side, all making their swift, secret way to some appointed place. Once, looking suddenly back, as if some prickle of the skin told him that he was watched from behind, he thought he caught a brief glimpse of a small dark shape slipping behind a tree trunk. He opened his mouth to speak and shut it again. "I'm not sure of it," he said to himself. "And why should I remind them of the old villain if they choose to forget him? I wish I could." So they passed on, until the woodlands grew thinner and the land began to fall more steeply. Then they turned aside again, to the right, and came quickly to a small river in a narrow gorge. It was the same stream that trickled far above out of the round pool, now grown to a swift torrent, leaping down over many stones in a deep cloven bed, overhung with ilex and dark boxwoods. Looking west, they could see, below them in a haze of light, lowlands and broad meads, and glinting far off in the westering sun, the wide waters of the Andren. "Here, alas, I must do you a discourtesy," said Faramir. "I hope you will pardon it to one who has so far made his orders give way to courtesy as not to slay you or to bind you. But it is a command that no stranger, not even one of Rohan that fights with us, shall see the path we now go with open eyes. I must blindfold you." "As you will," said Frodo. "Even the elves do likewise at need, and blindfolded we crossed the borders of fair Lothlorien. Gimli the dwarf took it ill, but the hobbits endured it." "It is no place so fair that I shall lead you," said Faramir, "but I am glad that you will take this willingly, and not by force." He called softly, and immediately Marblung and Damrod stepped out of the trees and came back to him. "Blindfold these guests," said Faramir, "securely, but not so as to discomfort them. Do not tie their hands. They will give their word not to try and see. I can trust them to shut their eyes of their own accord, but eyes will blink if the feet stumble. Lead them so that they do not falter. With green scarves, the two guards now bound up the hobbits' eyes and drew their hoods down almost to their mouths. Then quickly they took each one by the hand and went on their way. All that Frodo and Sam knew of this last mile of the road they learned from guessing in the dark. After a little, they found that they were on a path descending steeply. Soon it grew so narrow that they went in single file, brushing a stony wall on either side. Their guards steered them from behind with hands laid firmly on their shoulders. Now and again they came to rough places and were lifted from their feet for a while and then set down again. Always the noise of the running water was on their right hand, and it grew nearer and louder. At length they were halted. Quickly Marblong and Damrod turned them about several times, and they lost all sense of direction. They climbed upwards a little. It seemed cold, and the noise of the stream had become faint. Then they were picked up and carried down many steps, and round a corner. Suddenly they heard the water again, loud now, rushing and splashing. All round them it seemed, and they felt a fine rain on their hands and cheeks. At last they were set on their feet once more. For a moment they stood so, half fearful, blindfold, not knowing where they were, and no one spoke. Then came the voice of Faramir close behind. "Let them see," he said. The scarves were removed and their hoods drawn back, and they blinked and gasped. They stood on a wet floor of polished stone, the doorstep, as it were, of a rough-hewn gate of rock, opening dark behind them. But in front a thin veil of water was hung, so near that Frodo could have put an outstretched arm into it. It faced westward. The level shafts of the setting sun behind beat upon it, and the red light was broken to many flickering beams of ever-changing color. It was as if they stood at the window of some elven tower, curtained with threaded jewels of silver and gold and ruby, sapphire and amethyst, all kindled with an unconsuming fire. "At last, by good chance, we come at the right hour to reward you for your patience," said Faramir. "This is the window of the sunset, Henatharun, fairest of all the fair of Ithilien, land of many fountains. Few strangers have ever seen it, but there is no kingly hall behind it to match it. Enter now and see." Even as he spoke, the sun sank, and the fire faded in the flowing water. They turned and passed under the low, forbidding arch. At once they found themselves in a rock chamber, wide and rough, with an uneven, stooping roof. A few torches were kindled and cast a dim light on the glistening walls. Many men were already there. Others were still coming in by twos and threes through a dark, narrow door on one side. As their eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, the hobbits saw that the cave was larger than they had guessed, and was filled with great store of arms and victuals. "Well, here is our refuge," said Faramir. "Not a place of great ease, but here you may pass the night in peace. It is dry at least, and there is food, though no fire. At one time the water flowed down through this cave and out of the arch, but its course was changed further up the gorge by workmen of old, and the stream sent down in a fall of doubled height over the rocks far above. All the ways into this grot were then sealed against the entry of water or aught else, all save one. There are now but two ways, that passage yonder by which you entered blindfold, and through the window curtain into a deep bowl filled with knives of stone. Now rest a while, until the evening meal is set." The hobbits were taken to a corner and given a low bed to lie on, if they wished. Meanwhile, men busied themselves about the cave, quietly and in orderly quickness. Light tables were taken from the walls and set up on trestles and laden with gear. This was plain and unadorned for the most part, but all well and fairly made. Round platters, bowls and dishes of glazed brown clay or turned boxwood, smooth and clean. Here and there was a cup or basin of polished bronze, and a goblet of plain silver was set by the captain's seat in the middle of the inmost table. Faramir went about among the men, questioning each as he came in a soft voice. Some came back from the pursuit of the Southrons. Others, left behind as scouts near the road, came in latest. All the Southrons had been accounted for, save only the great Mumark. What happened to him, none could say. Of the enemy, no movement could be seen. Not even an orc spy was abroad. You saw and heard nothing, Unborn? Faramir asked of the latest comer. Well, no, Lord, said the man. No orc, at least. But I saw, or thought I saw, something a little strange. It was getting deep dusk, when the eyes made things greater than they should be. So perhaps it may have been no more than a squirrel. Sam pricked up his ears at this. Yet if so, it was a black squirrel, and I saw no tail. It was like a shadow on the ground, and it whisked behind a tree trunk when I drew nigh, and went up aloft as swift as any squirrel could. You will not have us slay wild beasts for no purpose, and it seemed no more, so I tried no arrow. It was too dark for sure shooting anyway, and the creature was gone into the gloom of the leaves in a twinkling. But I stayed for a while, for it seemed strange, and then I hastened back. I thought I heard the thing hiss at me from high above as I turned away. A large squirrel, maybe. Perhaps under the shadow of the unnamed, some of the beasts of Mirkwood are wandering hither to our woods. They have black squirrels there, 'tis said. Perhaps, said Faramir, but that would be an ill omen if it were so. We don't want the escapes of Mirkwood in Ithilien. Sam fancied that he gave a swift glance towards the hobbits as he spoke, but Sam said nothing. For a while he and Frodo lay back and watched the torchlight and the men moving to and fro, speaking in hushed voices. Then suddenly Frodo fell asleep. Sam struggled with himself, arguing this way and that. He may be all right, he thought, and then he may not. Fair speech may hide a foul heart. He yawned. I could sleep for a week, and I'd be better for it. And what could I do if I do keep awake, me all alone, and all these great men about? Nothing, Sam Gamgee, but you've got to keep awake all the same. And somehow he managed it. The light faded from the cave door, and the grey veil of falling water grew dim and was lost in gathering shadow. Always the sound of the water went on, never changing its note, morning or evening or night. It murmured and whispered of sleep. Sam stuck his knuckles in his eyes. Now more torches were being lit. A cask of wine was broached. Storage barrels were being opened. Men were fetching water from the fall. Some were laving their hands in basins. A wide copper bowl and a white cloth were brought to Faramir, and he washed. Wake our guests, he said, and take them water. It's time to eat. Frodo sat up and yawned and stretched. Sam, not used to being waited on, looked with some surprise at the tall man who bowed, holding a basin of water before him. Put it on the ground, master, if you please, he said. Easier for me and you. Then, to the astonishment and amusement of the men, he plunged his head into the cold water and splashed his neck and ears. Is it the custom in your land to wash the head before supper? Said the man who waited on the hobbits. No, before breakfast, said Sam. But if you're short of sleep, cold water on the neck's like rain on a wilted lettuce. There, now I can keep awake long enough to eat a bit. They were led then to seats beside Faramir, barrels covered with pelts and high enough above the benches of the men for their convenience. Before they ate, Faramir and all his men turned and faced west in a moment of silence. Faramir advised Frodo and Sam that they should do likewise. So we always do, he said as they sat down. We look towards Numenor that was, and beyond to Elvenhome that is, and to that which is beyond Elvenhome and will ever be. Have you no such custom at meat? No, said Frodo, feeling strangely rustic and untutored. But if we are guests, we bow to our host, and after we have eaten, we rise and thank him. That we do also, said Faramir. After so long journeying and camping, and days spent in the lonely wild, the evening meal seemed a feast to the hobbits. To drink pale yellow wine, cool and fragrant, and eat bread and butter, and salted meats, and dried fruits, and good red cheese with clean hands and clean knives and plates. Neither Frodo nor Sam refused anything that was offered, nor a second, nor indeed a third helping. The wine coursed in their veins and tired limbs, and they felt glad and easy of heart as they had not done since they left the land of Lorien. When all was done, Faramir led them to a recess at the back of the cave, partly screened by curtains, and a chair and 2 stools were brought there. A little earthenware lamp burned in a niche. You may soon desire to sleep, he said, and especially good Samwise, who would not close his eyes before he ate, whether for fear of blunting the edge of a noble hunger, or for fear of me, I don't know. But it's not good to sleep too soon after meat, and that following a fast. Let us talk a while. On your journey from Rivendell there must have been many things to tell. And you, too, would perhaps wish to learn something of us and the lands where you now are. Tell me of Boromir, my brother, and of old Mithrandir, and of the fair people of Lothlorien. Frodo no longer felt sleepy, and he was willing to talk. But though the food and wine had put him at his ease, he had lost all his caution. Sam was beaming and humming to himself, but when Frodo spoke, he was at first content to listen, only occasionally venturing to make an exclamation of agreement. Frodo told many tales, yet always he steered the matter away from the quest of the company and from the ring, enlarging rather on the valiant part Boromir had played in all their adventures, with the wolves of the wild, in the snows under Caradhras, and in the mines of Moria where Gandalf fell. Faramir was most moved by the story of the fight on the bridge. It must have irked Boromir to run from orcs, he said, or even from the fell thing you named, the Balrog, even though he was the last to leave. He was the last, said Frodo, but Aragorn was forced to lead us. He alone knew the way after Gandalf's fall, but had there not been us lesser folk to care for, I don't think that either he or Boromir would have fled. Maybe it would have been better had Boromir fallen there with Mithrandir, said Faramir, and not gone on to the fate that waited above the falls of Rauros. Maybe. But tell me now of your own fortunes, said Frodo, turning the matter aside once again, for I would learn more of Minas Ithil and Osgiliath, and Minas Tirith the long-enduring. What hope have you for that city in your long war? What hope have we? Said Faramir. It is long since we had any hope. The sword of Elendil, if it returns indeed, may rekindle it, but I don't think that it will do more than put off the evil day, unless other help unlooked for also comes, from elves or men. For the enemy increases, and we decrease. We are a failing people, the springless autumn. The men of Númenor were settled far and wide on the shores and seaward regions of the great lands, but for the most part they fell into evils and follies. Many became enamored of the darkness and the black arts. Some were given over wholly to idleness and ease, and some fought among themselves until they were conquered in their weakness by the wild men. It's not said that evil arts were ever practiced in Gondor, or that the Nameless One was ever named in honor there, and the old wisdom and beauty brought out of the west remained long in the realm of the sons of Elendil the Fair, and they linger there still. Yet even so it was Gondor that brought about its own decay, falling by degrees into dotage, and thinking that the enemy was asleep, who was only banished, not destroyed. Death was ever present, because the Númenorians still, as they had in their old kingdom, and so lost it, hungered after endless life unchanging. Kings made tombs more splendid than houses of the living, and counted old names in the rolls of their descent dearer than the names of sons. childless lords sat in aged halls musing on heraldry, in secret chambers withered men compounded strong elixirs, or in high cold towers asked questions of the stars, and the last king of the line of Anarion had no heir. But the stewards were wiser and more fortunate. Wiser, for they recruited the strength of our people from the sturdy folk of the seacoast, and from the hardy mountaineers of Ered Nibreus, and they made a truce with the proud peoples of the north, who often had assailed us, men of fierce valour, but our kin from afar off, unlike the wild Easterlings or the cruel Haradrim. So it came to pass in the days of Kirian the 12th steward, and my father is the 26th, that they rode to our aid, and at the great field of Celebrant they destroyed our enemies that had seized our northern provinces. These are the Rohirrim, as we name them, masters of horses, and we ceded to them the fields of Calenarthon, that are since called Rohan, for that province had long been sparsely peopled, and they became our allies, and have ever proved true to us, aiding us at need, and guarding our northern marches and the gap of Rohan. Of our law and manners they have learned what they would, and their lords speak our speech at need. Yet for the most part they hold by the ways of their own fathers and to their own memories, and they speak among themselves their own north tongue. And we love them, tall men and fair women, valiant both alike, golden-haired, bright-eyed and strong. They remind us of the youth of men, as they were in the elder days. Indeed, it's said by our lawmasters that they have from old this affinity with us, that they are come from those same 3 houses of men as were the Númenóreans in their beginning, not from Hardor the golden-haired, the elf-friend, maybe, yet from such of his sons and people as went not oversea into the west, refusing the call. For so we reckon men in our law, calling them the High, or men of the west, which were Númenóreans, and the middle peoples, men of the twilight, such as are the Rohirrim of their kin, that dwell still far in the north, and the wild, the men of darkness. Yet now, if the Rohirrim are grown in some ways more like to us, enhanced in arts and gentleness, we too have become more like to them, and can scarce claim any longer the title High. We have become middlemen of the twilight, but with memory of other things. For as the Rohirrim do, we now love war and valor as things good in themselves, both a sport and an end. And though we still hold that a warrior should have more skills and knowledge than only the craft of weapons and slaying, we esteem a warrior, none the less, above men of other crafts. Such is the need of our days. So even was my brother, Boromir, a man of prowess, and for that he was accounted the best man in Gondor. And very valiant indeed he was. No heir of Minas Tirith has for long years been so hardy in toil, so onward into battle, or blown a mightier note on the great horn. Faramir sighed and fell silent for a while. You don't say much in all your tales about the elves, sir, said Sam, suddenly plucking up courage. He'd noted that Faramir seemed to refer to elves with reverence, and this even more than his courtesy, and his food and wine had won Sam's respect and quieted his suspicions. No, indeed, Master Samwise, said Faramir, for I'm not learned in elven law. But there you touch upon another point where we have changed, declining from Númenor to Middle-earth. For as you may know, if Mithrandir was your companion and you have spoken with Elrond, the Edaean, the fathers of the Númenóreans, fought beside the elves in the first wars, and were awarded by the gift of the kingdom in the midst of the sea, within sight of Elvenhome. But in Middle-earth men and elves became estranged in the days of darkness, by the arts of the enemy, and by the slow changes of time in which each kind walked further down their sundered roads. Men now fear and misdoubt the elves, and yet know little of them, and we of Gondor grow like other men, like the men of Rohan, for even they, who are the foes of the Dark Lord, shun the elves and speak of the golden wood with dread. Yet there are among us still some who have dealings with the elves when they may, and ever and anon one will go in secret to Lorien, seldom to return. Not I. For I deem it perilous now for mortal man wilfully to seek out the elder people. Yet I envy you that have spoken with the White Lady. The Lady of Lorien, Galadriel, cried Sam. You should see her. Indeed you should, sir. I'm only a hobbit, and gardening's my job at home, sir, if you understand me, and I'm not much good at poetry, not at making it. A bit of a comic rhyme, perhaps, now and again, you know, but not real poetry, so I can't tell you what I mean. It ought to be sung. You'd have to get Strider, Aragorn that is, or old Mr. Bilbo for that. But I wish I could make a song about her. Beautiful she is, sir. Lovely. Sometimes like a great tree in flower, sometimes like a white daffodilly, small and slender like, hard as diamonds, soft as moonlight, warm as sunlight, cold as frost in the stars, proud and far off as a snow mountain, and as merry as any lass I ever saw with daisies in her hair in springtime. But that's a lot of nonsense, and all wide of my mark. Then she must be lovely indeed, said Faramir, perilously fair. I don't know about perilous, said Sam. It strikes me that folk takes their peril with them into Lorien, and finds it there because they brought it. But perhaps you could call her perilous, because she's so strong in herself. You could dash yourself to pieces on her, like a ship on a rock, or drown yourself, like a hobbit in a river. But neither rock nor river would be to blame. Now, Borrow... He stopped and went red in the face. Yes? Now, Boromir, you would say, said Faramir. What would you say? He took his peril with him? Yes, sir. Begging your pardon. And a fine man as your brother was, if I may say so. But you've been warm on the scent all along. Now, I watched Boromir and listened to him, from Rivendell all down the road, looking after my master, as you'll understand, and not meaning any harm to Boromir. And it's my opinion that in Lorien he first saw clearly what I guessed sooner, what he wanted. From the moment he first saw it, he wanted the enemy's ring. Sam! Cried Frodo aghast. He'd fallen deep into his own thoughts for a while, and came out of them suddenly and too late. Save me, said Sam, turning white, and then flushing scarlet. There I go again. Whenever you open your big mouth and put your foot in it, the gaffer used to say to me, and right enough, oh dear, Now, look here, sir. He turned, facing up to Faramir with all the courage that he could muster. Don't you go taking advantage of my master because his servants know better than a fool. You've spoken very handsome all along, put me off my guard, talking of elves and all, but handsome is as handsome does, we say. Now's a chance to show your quality. So it seems, said Faramir slowly and very softly, with a strange smile. So that is the answer to all the riddles. The one ring that was thought to have perished from the world, and Boromir tried to take it by force, and you escaped, and ran all the way to me. And here in the wild I have you, 2 halflings, and a host of men at my call, and the ring of rings. A pretty stroke of fortune. A chance for Faramir, captain of Gondor, to show his quality. He stood up very tall and stern, his grey eyes glinting. Frodo and Sam sprang from their stools and set themselves side by side with their backs to the wall, fumbling for their sword hilts. There was a silence. All the men in the cave stopped talking and looked towards them in wonder. But Faramir sat down again in his chair and began to laugh quietly, and then suddenly became grave again. Alas for Boromir, it was too sore a trial, he said. How you have increased my sorrow, you 2 strange wanderers from a far country, bearing the peril of men. But you are less judges of men than I of halflings. We are truth speakers, we men of Gondor. We boast seldom, and then perform, or die in the attempt. Not if I found it on the highway would I take it, I said. Even if I were such a man as to desire this thing, and even though I knew not clearly what this thing was when I spoke, still I should take those words as a vow and be held by them. But I am not such a man, for I am wise enough to know that there are some perils from which a man must flee. Sit at peace, and be comforted, Samwise. If you seem to have stumbled, think that it was fated to be so. Your heart is shrewd as well as faithful, and saw clearer than your eyes. For strange though it may seem, it was safe to declare this to me. It may even help the master that you love. It shall turn to his good, if it is in my power, so be comforted. But do not even name this thing again aloud. Once is enough. The hobbits came back to their seats and sat very quiet. Men turned back to their drink and their talk, perceiving that their captain had had some jest or other with the little guests, and that it was over. Well, Frodo, now at last we understand one another, said Faramir. If you took this thing on yourself, unwilling, at others' asking, then you have pity and honor from me, and I marvel at you, to keep it hid and not to use it. You are a new people and a new world to me. Are all your kin of like sort? Your land must be a realm of peace and content, and there must gardeners be in high honor. Not all is well there, said Frodo, but certainly gardeners are honored. But folk must grow weary there, even in their gardens, as do all things under the sun of this world, and you are far from home and wayworn. No more tonight. Sleep, both of you, in peace, if you can. Fear not. I don't wish to see it, or touch it, or know more of it than I know, which is enough, lest peril perchance waylay me, and I fall lower in the test than Frodo, son of Drogo. Go now to rest. But first, tell me only, if you will, whither you wish to go, and what to do. For I must watch, and wait, and think. Time passes. In the morning, we must each go swiftly on the ways appointed to us. Frodo had felt himself trembling as the first shock of fear passed. Now a great weirdness came down on him like a cloud. He could dissemble and resist no longer. I was going to find a way into Mordor, he said faintly. I was going to Gorgoroth. I must find the mountain of fire and cast the thing into the Gulf of Doom. Gandalf said so. I don't think I shall ever get there. Faramir stared at him for a moment in grave astonishment. Then suddenly he caught him as he swayed, and lifting him gently, carried him to the bed and laid him there, and covered him warmly. At once he fell into a deep sleep. Another bed was set beside him for his servant. Sam hesitated for a moment, then bowing very low, "Good night, Captain, my lord," he said. "You took the chance, sir." "Did I so?" said Faramir. "Yes, sir, and showed your quality of the very highest." Faramir smiled. "A pert servant, Master Samwise, but nay, the praise of the praiseworthy is above all rewards. Yet there was naught in this to praise. I had no lure or desire to do other than I have done." "Ah, well, sir," said Sam, "you said my master had an elvish air, and that was good and true. But I can say this, you have an air too, sir, that reminds me of Gandalf, of wizards." "Maybe," said Faramir. "Maybe you discern from far away the air of Númenor. Good night." Chapter 6. The Forbidden Pool. Frodo woke to find Faramir bending over him. For a second old fears seized him, and he sat up and shrank away. "There is nothing to fear," said Faramir. "Is it morning already?" said Frodo, yawning. "Not yet, but night is drawing to an end, and the full moon is setting. Will you come and see it? Also, there is a matter on which I desire your counsel. I'm sorry to rouse you from sleep, but will you come? I will, said Frodo, rising and shivering a little as he left the warm blanket and pelts. It seemed cold in the fireless cave. The noise of the water was loud in the stillness. He put on his cloak and followed Faramir. Sam, waking suddenly by some instinct of watchfulness, saw first his master's empty bed and leapt to his feet. Then he saw two dark figures, Frodo and a man, framed against the archway, which was now filled with a pale white light. He hurried after them, past rows of men sleeping on mattresses along the wall. As he went by the cave mouth, he saw that the curtain was now become a dazzling veil of silk and pearls and silver thread, melting icicles of moonlight. But he did not pause to admire it, and turning aside, he followed his master through the narrow doorway in the wall of the cave. They went first along a black passage, then up many wet steps, and so came to a small flat landing cut in the stone and lit by the pale sky, gleaming high above through a long, deep shaft. From here 2 flights of steps led, one going on, as it seemed, up on to the high bank of the stream, the other turning away to the left. This they followed. It wound its way up like a turret stair. At last they came out of the stony darkness and looked about. They were on a wide, flat rock without rail or parapet. At their right, eastwards, the torrent fell, splashing over many terraces, and then, pouring down a steep race, it filled a smooth-hewn channel with a dark force of water flecked with foam, and curling and rushing almost at their feet, it plunged sheer over the edge that yawned upon their left. A man stood there near the brink, silent, gazing down. Frodo turned to watch the sleek necks of the water as they curved and dived. Then he lifted his eyes and gazed far away. The world was quiet and cold, as if dawn were near. Far off in the west, the full moon was sinking, round and white. Pale mists shimmered in the great vale below, a wide gulf of silver fume, beneath which rolled the cool night waters of the Anduin. A black darkness loomed beyond, and in it glinted, here and there, cold, sharp, remote, white as the teeth of ghosts, the peaks of Ered Nimraeus, the white mountains of the realm of Gondor, tipped with everlasting snow. For a while Frodo stood there on the high stone, and a shiver ran through him, wondering if anywhere in the vastness of the Nightlands his old companions walked or slept, or lay dead shrouded in mist. Why was he brought here out of forgetful sleep? Sam was eager for an answer to the same question, and could not refrain himself from muttering for his master's ear alone as he thought, "It's a fine view, no doubt, Mr. Frodo, but chilly to the heart, not to mention the bones. What's going on?" Faramir heard and answered, "Moon set over Gondor. Fair Ithil, as it goes from Middle-earth, glances upon the white locks of old Mindolwyn. It is worth a few shivers, but that is not what I brought you to see. Though as for you, Samwise, you were not brought, and do but pay the penalty of your watchfulness. A draught of wine shall amend it. Come, look now." He stepped up beside the silent sentinel on the dark edge, and Frodo followed. Sam hung back. He already felt insecure enough on this high, wet platform. Faramir and Frodo looked down. Far below them, they saw the white waters pour into a foaming bowl and then swirl darkly about a deep oval basin in the rocks, until they found their way out again through a narrow gate and flowed away, fuming and chattering, into calmer and more level reaches. The moonlight still slanted down to the fall's foot and gleamed on the ripples of the basin. Presently Frodo was aware of a small, dark thing on the near bank, but even as he looked at it, it dived and vanished just beyond the boil and bubble of the fall, cleaving the black water as neatly as an arrow or an edgewise stone. Faramir turned to the man at his side. "Now what would you say that is, Unborn? A squirrel or a kingfisher? Are there black kingfishers in the night pools of Mirkwood?" "'Tis not a bird Whatever else it be, answered Unborn, it has 4 limbs and dives manwise, a pretty mastery of the craft it chose too. What is it at? Seeking a way up behind the curtain to our hidings? It seems we're discovered at last. I have my bow here, and I have posted other archers, nigh as good marksmen as myself, on either bank. We wait only for your command to shoot, Captain. Shall we shoot? Said Faramir, turning quickly to Frodo. Frodo didn't answer for a moment, then, no, he said, no, I beg you not to. If Sam had dared, he would have said yes, quick and loud. He couldn't see, but he guessed well enough from their words what they were looking at. You know then what this thing is, said Faramir. Come now, you have seen. Tell me why it should be spared. In all our words together, you have not once spoken of your gangrel companion, and I let him be for the time. He could wait till he was caught and brought before us. I sent my keenest huntsmen to seek him, but he slipped them, and they had no sight of him till now, save Unborn here, once at dusk yester evening. But now he's done worse trespass than only to go coney snaring in the uplands. He has dared to come to Henneth Anun, and his life is forfeit. I marvel at the creature, so secret and so sly as he is, to come sporting in the pool before our very window. Does he think that men sleep without watch all night? Why does he so? There are 2 answers, I think, said Frodo. For one thing, he knows little of men, and sly though he is, your refuge is so hidden that perhaps he does not know that men are concealed here. For another, I think he is allured here by a mastering desire stronger than his caution. He is lured here, then, you say? Said Faramir in a low voice. Does he then know of your burden? Indeed, yes. He bore it himself for many years. He bore it, said Faramir, breathing sharply in his wonder. This matter winds itself ever in new riddles. Then he is pursuing it? Maybe. It is precious to him. But I did not speak of that. What then does the creature seek? Fish, said Frodo. Look. They peered down at the dark pool. A little black head appeared at the far end of the basin, just out of the deep shadow of the rocks. There was a brief silver glint and a swirl of tiny ripples. It swam to the side, and then with marvelous agility a frog-like figure climbed out of the water and up the bank. At once it sat down and began to gnaw at the small silver thing that flitted as it turned. The last rays of the moon were now falling behind the stony wall at the pool's end. Faramir laughed softly. Fish, he said. It is a less perilous hunger, or maybe not. Fish from the pool of Henneth Unknown may cost him all he has to give. Now I have him at the arrow point, said Unborn. Shall I not shoot, Captain? For coming unbidden to this place, death is our law. Wait, Unborn, said Faramir. This is a harder matter than it seems. What have you to say now, Frodo? Why should we spare? The creature is wretched and hungry, said Frodo, and unaware of his danger. And Gandalf, your Mithrandir, he would have bidden you not to slay him for that reason, and for others. He forbade the elves to do so. I don't know clearly why, and of what I guess I cannot speak openly out here. But this creature is in some way bound up with my errand. Until you found us and took us, he was my guide. Your guide, said Faramir. The matter becomes ever stranger. I would do much for you, Frodo, but this I cannot grant. To let this sly wanderer go free, at his own will from here, to join you later if it please him, or to be caught by orcs and tell all he knows under threat of pain, he must be slain or taken. Slain, if he be not taken very swiftly. But how can this slippery thing of many guises be caught, save by a feathered shaft? Let me go down quietly to him, said Frodo. You may keep your bows bent, and shoot me at least if I fail. I shan't run away. Go then and be swift, said Faramir. If he comes off alive, he should be your faithful servant for the rest of his unhappy days. Lead Frodo down to the bank, Unborn, and go softly. The thing has a nose and ears. Give me your bow. Unborn grunted and led the way down the winding stair to the landing, and then up the other stair, until at last they came to a narrow opening shrouded with thick bushes. Passing silently through, Frodo found himself on the top of the southern bank above the pool. It was now dark, and the falls were pale and grey, reflecting only the lingering moonlight of the western sky. He couldn't see Gollum. He went forward a short way, and Unborn came softly behind him. Go on, he breathed in Frodo's ear. Have a care to your right. If you fall in the pool, then no one but your fishing friend can help you. And forget not that there are bowmen near at hand, though you may not see them. Frodo crept forward. Using his hands, Gollum liked to feel his way and to steady himself. The rocks were for the most part flat and smooth, but slippery. He halted, listening. At first he could hear no sound but the unceasing rush of the fall behind him. Then presently he heard, not far ahead, a hissing murmur. Fish. Nice fish. Whiteface has vanished, my precious, at last, yes. Now we can eat fish in peace.
But
No, not in peace, precious. For precious is lost, yes, lost. Dirty hobbits. Nasty hobbits. Gone and left us, Gollum, and precious is gone. Only poor Smeagol all alone. No, precious, nasty men, they'll take it. Steal my precious. Thieves, we hate them. Fish, nice fish. Makes us strong, makes eyes bright, fingers tight, yes. Throttle them, precious. Throttle them all, yes, if we get chances. Nice fish, nice fish. So it went on, almost as unceasing as the waterfall, only interrupted by a faint noise of slavering and gurgling. Frodo shivered, listening with pity and disgust. He wished it would stop, and that he never need hear that voice again. Anborn was not far behind. He could creep back and ask him to get the huntsman to shoot. They would probably get close enough, while Gollum was gorging and off his guard. Only one true shot, and Frodo would be rid of the miserable voice forever. But no, Gollum had a claim on him now. The servant has a claim on the master for service, even service in fear. They would have found it in the dead marshes but for Gollum. Frodo knew, too, somehow quite clearly, that Gandalf would not have wished it. Smeagol, he said softly. Fish. Nice fish, said the voice. Smeagol, he said a little louder. The voice stopped. Smeagol, Master has come to look for you. Master is here. Come, Smeagol. There was no answer but a soft hiss, as of intaken breath. Come, Smeagol, said Frodo. We're in danger. Men will kill you. If they find you here, come quickly, if you wish to escape death. Come to Master. No, said the voice. Not nice, Master. Leaves poor Smeagol and goes with new friends. Master can wait. Smeagol hasn't finished. There's no time, said Frodo. Bring fish with you. Come. No, must finish fish. Smeagol, said Frodo desperately. Precious will be angry. I shall take Precious, and I shall say, make him swallow the bones and choke. Never taste fish again. Come, Precious is waiting. There was a sharp hiss. Presently, out of the darkness, Gollum came crawling on all fours, like an erring dog called to heel. He had a half-eaten fish in his mouth and another in his hand. He came close to Frodo, almost nose to nose, and sniffed at him. His pale eyes were shining. Then he took the fish out of his mouth and stood up. Nice, Master, he whispered. Nice hobbit. Come back to poor Smeagol. Good Smeagol comes. Now let's go. Go quickly, yes, through the trees, while the faces are dark. Yes, come, let's go. Yes, we'll go soon, said Frodo, but not at once. I will go with you as I promised. I promise again. Not now. You are not safe yet. I will save you, but you must trust me. We must trust Master, said Gollum doubtfully. Why? Why not go at once? Where is the other one? The crossroad hobbit. Where is he? Away up there, said Frodo, pointing to the waterfall. I'm not going without him. We must go back to him. His heart sank. This was too much like trickery. He didn't really fear that Faramir would allow Gollum to be killed, and he would probably make him prisoner and bind him. And certainly what Frodo did would seem a treachery to the poor, treacherous creature. It would probably be impossible ever to make him understand or believe that Frodo had saved his life in the only way he could. What else could he do? To keep faith, as near as might be, with both sides. Come, he said, or the precious will be angry. We are going back now, upstream. Go on, you go in front. Gollum crawled along close to the bank a little way, snuffling and suspicious. Presently he stopped and raised his head. Something's there, he said. Not a hobbit. Suddenly he turned back. A green light was flickering in his bulging eyes. Master, Master, he is wicked, tricksy, false. He spat and stretched out his long arms with white snapping fingers. At that moment the great black shape of Unborn loomed up behind him and came down on him. A large strong hand took him in the nape of the neck and pinned him. He twisted round like lightning, all wet and slimy as he was, wriggling like an eel, biting and scratching like a cat. But two more men came up out of the shadows. Hold still, said one, or we'll stick you as full of pins as a hedgehog. Hold still. Gollum went in and began to whine and weep. They tied him, none too gently. Easy, easy, said Frodo. He has no strength to match you. Don't hurt him if you can help it. He'll be quieter if you don't. Smeagol, they won't hurt you. I'll go with you, and you shall come to no harm. Not unless they kill me too. Trust, Master. Gollum turned and spat at him. The men picked him up, put a hood over his eyes, and carried him off. Frodo followed them, feeling very wretched. They went through the opening behind the bushes and back, down the stairs and passages into the cave. 2 or 3 torches had been lit. Men were stirring. Sam was there, and he gave a queer look at the limp bundle that the men carried. Got him? He said to Frodo. Yes. Well, no, I didn't get him. He came to me, because he trusted me at first, I'm afraid. I didn't want him tied up like this. I hope it will be all right, but I hate the whole business. So do I, said Sam. And nothing will ever be all right where that piece of misery is. A man came and beckoned to the hobbits and took them to the recess at the back of the cave. Faramir was sitting there in his chair, and the lamp had been rekindled in its niche above his head. He signed to them to sit down on the stools beside him. Bring wine for the guests, he said, and bring the prisoner to me. The wine was brought, and then Unborn came carrying Gollum. He had removed the cover from Gollum's head and set him on his feet, standing behind him to support him. Gollum blinked, putting the malice of his eyes with a heavy, pale lid. A very miserable creature he looked, dripping and dank, smelling of fish. He still clutched one in his hand. His sparse locks were hanging like rank weed over his bony brows. His nose was snivelling. Lucius, he said. The cord hurts us. Yes, it does. It hurts us, and we've done nothing. Nothing, said Faramir, looking at the wretched creature with a keen glance, but without any expression in his face either of anger, or pity, or wonder. Nothing? Have you never done anything worthy of binding or of worse punishment? However, that is not for me to judge, happily. But tonight you've come where it is death to come. The fish of this pool are dearly bought. Gollum dropped the fish from his hand. Don't want fish, he said. The price is not set on the fish, said Faramir. Only to come here and look on the pool bears the penalty of death. I've spared you so far at the prayer of Frodo here, who says that of him, at least, you have deserved some thanks. But you must also satisfy me. What is your name? Whence do you come? And whither do you go? What is your business? We are lost. Lost, said Gollum. No name, no business, no precious, nothing. Only empty. Only hungry. Yes, we're hungry. A few little fishes, nasty, bony little fishes for a poor creature, and they say dead. So wise they are, so just, so very just. Not very wise, said Faramir, but just. Yes, perhaps, as just as our little wisdom allows. Unloose him, Frodo. Faramir took a small nail knife from his belt and handed it to Frodo. Gollum, misunderstanding the gesture, squealed and fell down. Now, Smeagol, said Frodo, you must trust me. I will not desert you. Answer truthfully if you can. It will do you good, not harm. He cut the cords on Gollum's wrists and ankles and raised him to his feet. Come hither, said Faramir. Look at me. You know the name of this place? Have you been here before? Slowly Gollum raised his eyes and looked unwillingly into Faramir's. All light went out of them, and they stared bleak and pale for a moment into the clear, unwavering eyes of the man of Gondor. There was a still silence. Then Gollum dropped his head and shrank down, until he was squatting on the floor, shivering. We doesn't know, and we doesn't want to know, he whimpered. Never came here, never come again. There are locked doors and closed windows in your mind, and dark rooms behind them, said Faramir. But in this I judge that you speak the truth. It is well for you. What oath will you swear never to return, and never to lead any living creature hither by word or sign? Master knows, said Gollum with a sidelong glance at Frodo. Yes, he knows. We will promise Master, if he saves us. We'll promise to eat. Yes. He crawled to Frodo's feet. Save us, nice Master, he whined. Smeagol promises to Precious, promises faithfully, never come again, never speak, no, never, no, Precious, no. Are you satisfied? Said Faramir. Yes, said Frodo. At least you must either accept this promise or carry out your law. You'll get no more, but I promised that if he came to me, he should not be harmed, and I would not be proved faithless. Faramir sat for a moment in thought. Very good, he said at last. I surrender you to your master, to Frodo, son of Drogo. Let him declare what he will do with you. But, Lord Faramir, said Frodo bowing, you have not yet declared your will concerning the said Frodo, and until that is made known, he cannot shape his plans for himself or his companions. Your judgment was postponed until the morning, but that is now at hand. Then I will declare my doom, said Faramir. As for you, Frodo, insofar as lies in me under higher authority, I declare you free in the realm of Gondor to the furthest of its ancient bounds, save only that neither you nor any that go with you have leave to come to this place unbidden. This doom shall stand for a year and a day, and then cease, unless you shall before the term come to Minas Tirith and present yourself to the Lord and Steward of the city. Then I will entreat him to confirm what I have done and to make it lifelong. In the meantime, whomsoever you take under your protection shall be under my protection and under the shield of Gondor. Are you answered? Frodo bowed low. I am answered, he said, and I place myself at your service, if that is of any worth to one so high and honourable. It is of great worth, said Faramir. And now, do you take this creature, this Smeagol, under your protection? I do take Smeagol under my protection, said Frodo. Sam sighed audibly, and not of the courtesies, of which, as any hobbit would, he thoroughly approved. Indeed, in the Shire, such a matter would have required a great many more words and vows. Then I say to you, said Faramir, turning to Gollum, you are under doom of death, but while you walk with Frodo, you are safe for our part. Yet if ever you be found by any man of Gondor astray without him, the doom shall fall, and may death find you swiftly, within Gondor or without, if you do not well serve him. Now answer me. Whither would you go? You are his guide, he says. Whither are you leading him? Gollum made no reply. This I will not have secret, said Faramir. Answer me, or I will reverse my judgment. Still Gollum did not answer. I will answer for him, said Frodo. He brought me to the Black Gate, as I asked, but it was impassable. There is no open gate into the nameless land, said Faramir. Seeing this, we turned aside and came by the southward road, Frodo continued. For he said that there is, or there may be, a path near to Minas Ithil. Minas Morgul, said Faramir. I don't know clearly, said Frodo, but the path climbs, I think, up into the mountains on the northern side of that vale where the old city stands. It goes up to a high cleft and so down to that which is beyond. You know the name of that high pass? Said Faramir. No, said Frodo. It is called Cirith Ungol. Gollum hissed sharply and began muttering to himself. Is not that its name? Said Faramir, turning to him. No, said Gollum, and then he squealed as if something had stabbed him. Yes, yes, we heard the name once, but what does the name matter to us? Master says he must get in, so we must try some way. There is no other way to try. No. No other way, said Faramir. How do you know that? And who has explored all the confines of that dark realm? He looked long and thoughtfully at Gollum. Presently he spoke again. Take this creature away, unborn. Treat him gently, but watch him. And do not you, Smeagol, try to dive into the falls. The rocks have such teeth there as would slay you before your time. Leave us now and take your fish. Unborn went out and Gollum went cringing before him. The curtain was drawn across the recess. Frodo, I think you do very unwisely in this, said Faramir. I don't think you should go with this creature. It's wicked. No, not altogether wicked, said Frodo. Not wholly, perhaps, said Faramir, but malice eats it like a canker, and the evil is growing. He'll lead you to no good. If you will part with him, I'll give him safe conduct and guidance to any point on the borders of Gondor that he may name. He wouldn't take it, said Frodo. He'd follow after me as he long has done, and I've promised many times to take him under my protection and to go where he led. You wouldn't ask me to break faith with him? No, said Faramir, but my heart would, for it seems less evil to counsel another man to break troth than to do so oneself, especially if one sees a friend bound unwitting to his own harm. But no, if he'll go with you, you must now endure him. But I don't think you are holden to go to Cirith Ungol, of which he has told you less than he knows. That much I perceived clearly in his mind. Don't go to Cirith Ungol. Where then shall I go? Said Frodo. Back to the Black Gate and deliver myself up to the guard? What do you know against this place that makes its name so dreadful? Nothing's certain, said Faramir. We of Gondor do not ever pass east of the road in these days, and none of us younger men has ever done so, nor has any of us set foot upon the mountains of shadow. Of them we know only old report and the rumour of bygone days. But there is some dark terror that dwells in the passes above Minas Morgul. If Cirith Ungol is named, old men and masters of law will blanch and fall silent. The valley of Minas Morgul passed into evil very long ago, and it was a menace and a dread while the banished enemy dwelt yet far away, and Ithilien was still for the most part in our keeping. As you know, that city was once a strong place, proud and fair, Minas Ithil, the twin sister of our own city. But it was taken by fell men whom the enemy in his first strength had dominated, and who wandered homeless and masterless after his fall. It is said that their lords were men of Numenor, who had fallen into dark wickedness. To them the enemy had given rings of power, and he had devoured them. Living ghosts they were become, terrible and evil. After his going they took Minas Hill and dwelt there, and they filled it, and all the valley about, with decay. It seemed empty, and was not so, for a shapeless sphere lived within the ruined walls. 9 lords there were, and after the return of their master, which they aided and prepared in secret, they grew strong again. Then the 9 riders issued forth from the gates of horror, but we could not withstand them. Do not approach their citadel, you will be espied. It is a place of sleepless malice, full of lidless eyes. Do not go that way. But where else will you direct me? Said Frodo. You can't yourself, you say, guide me to the mountains, nor over them. But over the mountains I'm bound, by solemn undertaking to the council, to find a way or perish in the seeking. If I turn back, refusing the road in its bitter end, where then shall I go among elves or men? Will you have me come to Gondor with this thing that drove your brother mad with desire? What spell would it work in Minas Tirith? Shall there be 2 cities of Minas Morgul, grinning at each other across a dead land filled with rottenness? I would not have it so, says Faramir. Then what would you have me do? I know not. Only I would not have you go to death or to torture. And I don't think that Mithrandir would have chosen this way. Yet since he is gone, I must take such paths as I can find. And there is no time for long searching, said Frodo. It's a hard door where the hope is in, said Faramir. But at the least, remember my warning. Beware of this guy, Smeagol. He's done murder before now. I read it in him. Sigh. Well, so we meet in part, Frodo, son of Drogo. You have no need of soft words. I don't hope to see you again, on any other day under this sun. But you shall go now with my blessing upon you, and upon all your people. Rest a little while food is prepared for you. I would gladly learn how this creeping Smeagol became possessed of the thing of which we speak, and how he lost it, but I will not trouble you now. If ever beyond hope you return to the lands of the living, and we retell our tales, sitting by a wall in the sun, laughing at old grief, you shall tell me then. Until that time, or some other time beyond the vision of the seeing stones of Numenor, farewell. He rose and bowed low to Frodo, and drawing the curtain, passed out into the cave. Chapter 7. Journey to the Crossroads. Frodo and Sam returned to their beds, and lay there in silence, resting for a little, while men bestirred themselves, and the business of the day began. After a while water was brought to them, and then they were led to a table where food was set for 3. Faramir broke his fast with them. He had not slept since the battle on the day before, yet he didn't look weary. When they'd finished, they stood up. May no hunger trouble you on the road, said Faramir. You have little provision, but some small store of food fit for travellers I've ordered to be bestowed in your packs. You will have no lack of water as you walk in Ithilien, but don't drink of any stream that flows from Imlad Morgul, the Valley of Living Death. This also I must tell you. My scouts and watchers have all returned, even some that have crept within sight of the Morannon. They all find a strange thing. The land is empty. Nothing is on the road, and no sound of foot or horn or bowstring is anywhere to be heard. A waiting silence broods above the nameless land. I don't know what this portends, but the time draws swiftly to some great conclusion. Storm is coming. Hasten while you may. If you are ready, let's go. The sun will soon rise above the shadow. The hobbits' packs were brought to them, a little heavier than they had been, and also 2 stout staves of polished wood, shot with iron, and with carven heads through which ran plaited leather thongs. I have no fitting gifts to give you at our parting, said Faramir, but take these staves. They may be of service to those who walk or climb in the wild. The men of the White Mountains use them. though these have been cut down to your height and newly shot. They are made of the fair tree, their best one, beloved of the woodwrights of Gondor, and a virtue has been set upon them of finding and returning. May that virtue not only fail under the shadow into which you go. Most gracious host, said Frodo, it was said to me by Elrond Half-Elven that I should find friendship upon the way, secret, not looked for. Certainly I looked for no such friendship as you have shown. To have found it turns it to both a great good. Now they made ready to depart. Gollum was brought out of some corner or hiding hole, and he seemed better pleased with himself than he had been, though he kept close to Frodo and avoided the glance of Faramir. Your guide must be blindfolded, said Faramir, but you and your servant Samwise are released from this, if you wish. Gollum squealed, squirmed, clutched at Frodo when they came to binding lines. Frodo said, blindfold us all three, cover up my eyes first, and then perhaps you'll see that no harm is meant to me. This was done. They were led from the cave of Henneth Anul. After they had passed the passages and stairs, they felt the cold morning air, fresh and sweet, about them. Still blind, they went on for some little time, up, then gently down. Last, the voice of Faramir ordered them to be uncovered. They stood under the boughs of the woods again. No noise of the falls could be heard, but a long southward slope lay now between them and the ravine in which the stream flowed. To the west, they could see light through the trees, as if the world came there to a sudden end, and a brink looking out only onto the sky. Here is the last parting of our ways, said Faramir. If you take my counsel, you will not turn eastward again. Go straight on, for thus you will have the cover of the woodland for many miles. On your west is an edge where the land falls into the great vales, sometimes suddenly and sheer, sometimes in long hillsides. Keep near to this edge of the skirts of the forest. In the beginning of your journey, you may walk under daylight, I think. The land dreams in a false peace. For a while, all evil is withdrawn. Fare you well while you may. He embraced the hobbits then, after the manner of his people, stooping, placing his hands upon their shoulders, and kissing their foreheads. Go with the goodwill of all good men, he said. They bowed to the ground. Then he turned, and without looking back, he left them, went to his two guards that stood at the distance away. They marveled to see with what speed these green-clad men now moved, vanishing almost in the twinkling of an eye. The forest where Faramir had stood seemed empty and drear, as if a dream had passed. Frodo sighed and turned back southward. As if to mask his disregard of all such courtesy, Gollum was scrabbling in the mould at the foot of the tree. Are you beginning already? What's that? Well, now for it again. Have they gone at last? Said Gollum. Ah, wicked men. Smeagol's next that hurts him. Yes, it does. Let's go. Yes, let us go, said Frodo. But if you can only speak ill of those who showed you mercy, keep silent. Nice master, said Gollum. Smeagol was only joking. Always forgives, he does. Yes, yes. Even nice masters, little princes, forgive. Nice master. Nice Smeagol. Frodo and Sam didn't answer. Hoisting their packs and taking their staves in hand, they passed on into the woods of Ithilien. Twice that day they rested and took a little of the food provided by Faramir. Dried fruits and salted meat, enough for many days. Bread enough to last while it was still fresh. Gollum ate nothing. The sun rose and passed overhead unseen, and began to sink. And the light through the trees to the west grew golden, and always they walked in cool green shadow, and all about them was silence. The birds seemed all to have flown away or to have fallen dumb. Darkness came early to the silent woods, and before the fall of night they halted, weary, for they had walked 7 leagues or more from Henneth Anul. Frodo lay and slept away the night on the deep mold beneath an ancient tree. Sam beside him was more uneasy. He woke many times, but there was never a sign of Gollum. He had slipped off as soon as the others had settled to rest. Whether he had slept by himself in some hole nearby, or had wandered restlessly prowling through the night, he did not say. But he returned with the first glimmer of light and roused his companions. Must get up. Yes, they must, he said. Long ways to go still, south and east. Hobbits must make haste. That it passed much of the day before and gone, except that the silence seemed deeper, the air grew heavy, and it began to be stifling under the trees. It felt as if thunder was brewing. Gollum often paused, sniffing the air, and then he would mutter to himself and urge them to greater speed. As the third stage of the day's march drew on and afternoon waned, the forest opened out, and the trees became larger and more scattered. Great ilexes of huge girdles stood dark and solemn in wide glades, with here and there among them hoary ash trees, and giant oaks just putting out their brown-green buds. Above them lay long lawns of green grass, dappled with celandine and anemones, white and blue, now folded for sleep. And there were acres populous with the leaves of woodland hyacinths. Already their sleek bell stems were thrusting through the mold. No living creature, beast or bird, was to be seen. But in these open places Gollum grew afraid. They walked now with caution, flitting from one long shadow to another. Night was fading fast when they came to the forest end. There they sat under an old gnarled oak that sent its roots twisting like snakes down a steep and crumbling bank. The deep, dim valley lay before them. On its further side the woods gathered again, blue and grey under the sullen evening, and marched on southwards. To the right, the mountains of Gondor glowed, remote in the west, under a fire-flecked sky. To the left lay darkness, the towering walls of Mordor, and out of that darkness the long valley came, falling steeply in an ever-widening trough towards the Anduin. At its bottom ran a hurrying stream. Frodo could hear its stony voice coming up through the silence. And beside it on the hither side, a road went winding down like a pale ribbon, down into chill grey mists that no gleam of sunset touched. There it seemed to Frodo that he descried far off, floating as it were on a shadowy sea, behind dim tops and broken pinnacles of old towers forlorn and dark. He turned to Gollum. "You know where we are?" he said. "Yes, master. Dangerous places. This is the road from the Tower of the Moon, master, down to the ruined city by the shores of the river. The ruined city is very nasty place, full of enemies. We shouldn't have taken things advice. Hobbits have come a long way out of the path. Must go east now, away up there." He waved his skinny arm towards the darkling mountains. "And we can't use this road? Oh no. Fewer people's come this way, down from the tower." Frodo looked down onto the road. At any rate, nothing was moving on it now. It appeared lonely and forsaken, running down to empty ruins in the mist. But there was an evil feeling in the air, as if things might indeed be passing up and down that eyes could not see. Frodo shuddered as he looked again at the distant pinnacles now dwindling into night. The sound of the water seemed cold and cruel. The voice of Morgul Duin, the polluted stream that flowed from the Valley of the Rains. "What shall we do?" he said. "We've walked long and far. Shall we look for some place in the woods, behind where we can lie hidden?" "No good hiding in the dark," said Gollum. "It's in the hobbit must hide now. "Oh, come," said Sam. "We must rest for a bit, even if we get up again in the middle of the night. There'll still be hours of dark then. Time enough for you to take us a long march in another way." Gollum reluctantly agreed to this. He turned back towards the trees, working eastward for a while. while along the straggling edges of the wood. You wouldn't rest on the ground so near the evil road, but after some debate, they all climbed up into the crotch of a large holm tree, whose thick branches springing together from the trunk made a good hiding place and a fairly comfortable refuge. Night fell, and it grew altogether dark under the canopy of the tree. Frodo and Sam drank a little water, ate some bread and dried fruit, and Gollum at once curled up and went to sleep. The hobbits didn't shut their eyes. It must have been a little after midnight when Gollum woke up. Suddenly they were aware of his pale eyes unlidded, gleaming at them. He listened and sniffed, which seemed, as they had noticed before, his usual method of discovering the time of night. Have we had beautiful sleep? Said Dayz. We aren't, and we haven't, growled Sam. But we'll go if we must. Gollum dropped once from the branches of the tree onto all fours, and the hobbits followed more slowly. As soon as they were down, they went on again with Gollum leading up the dark, sloping land. They could see little, for the night was now so deep, they were hardly aware of the stems of trees before they stumbled against them. The ground became more broken and walking was more difficult. Gollum seemed in no way troubled. Then the little thickets and wastes of bramble sometimes roused them to the deep left or down. Sometimes down into a black, bush-shrouded hollow and out again. But if ever they went a little downward, always the further slope was longer and steeper. They were climbing steadily. At their first halt, they looked back. They could dimly perceive the roofs of Gollum's base behind them, lying like a vast dead shadow, dark under the dark blank sky. There seemed great blackness moving slowly out of the east, eating up the faint blurred stars. Later the sinking moon escaped from the pursuing cloud, but it was ringed all about with sickly yellow glare. At last Gollum turned to the hobbits. Dayz, soon, he said. Hobbits must hurry. Not safe to stay in the open in these places. Make haste. He quickened his pace, and they followed him wearily. Soon they began to climb up onto a great hogback of land. For the most part, it was covered with a thick growth of gorse and whortleberry, and low, tough thorns, though here and there clearings open, the scars of recent fires. The gorse bushes became more frequent as they got near to the top. Very old and tall they were, gaunt and leggy below, but thick above, and already putting out yellow flowers that glimmered in the gloom and gave a faint, sweet scent. So tall were the spiny thickets that the hobbits could walk upright under them, passing through long, dry aisles carpeted with a deep, prickly mold. On the further edge of this broad hill-back they stayed their march, and crawled for hiding underneath a tangled knot of thorns. Then twisted boughs, stooping to the ground, were overridden by a clambering maze of old grass. Deep inside there was a hollow hall, rafted with dead branch and bramble, and roofed with the first leaves and shoots of spring. There they lay for a while, too tired yet to eat. Peering out through the holes in the cupboard, they watched the slow growth of death. But no day came, only a dead brown twilight. In the east there was a dull red glare under the louring sky. It was not the door. Across the tumbled land between, the mountains of the Emeldua frowned at them, black and shapeless below, where night glare over Mordor died away. The twilight deepened as great vapors rose in the east and crawled above them. Frodo and Sam took a little food, then lay down. But Gollum was restless. He wouldn't eat any of their food. He drank a little water, then crawled about under the bushes, sniffing and muttering. Then suddenly he disappeared. "Off hunting, I suppose," said Sam and yawned. It was his turn to sleep first, and he was soon peaked and agreed. He thought he was back in the bag end garden looking for something. He had a heavy pack on his back, which made him stupid. It all seemed very weedy and rank somehow, and thorns and bracken were invading the beds down near the bottom end. "A job of work for me, I can see, but I'm so tired," he kept on saying. Presently he remembered what he was looking for. "My body," he said, and with that he woke up. "Silly," he said to himself, and he opened his eyes and wondered why he was lying down under the hedge. "You're back all the time." And he realized, first that the pipe might be in his back, and he had no lead, and next that he was hundreds of miles from Bag End. He sat up. It seemed to be almost dark. Why had his master let him sleep on out of right on till evening? "Haven't you had no sleep, Mr. Frodo?" he said. "What's the time? Seems to be getting late." "No, it isn't," said Frodo. "The day is getting darker instead of lighter. Darker and darker. As far as I can tell, it's day yet. We've only slept for about 3 hours. I wonder what's up," said Sam. "Is there a storm coming? If so, it's going to be the worst there ever was. We shall wish we were down a deep hole, not just stuck under a head." "What's that? Thunder or drums? What is it?" "I don't know," said Frodo. "It's been going on for a good while now. Sometimes the ground seems to tremble. Sometimes it seems to be the heavy air throbbing in your ears." Sam looked round. "Where's Gollum?" he said. "Hasn't he come back yet?" "No," said Frodo. "There's not been a sign or sound of him." "Well, I can't abide him," said Sam. "In fact, I've never taken anything on a journey that I'd have been less sorry to lose on the way. But it will be just like him, after coming all these miles, to go and get lost now, just when we shall need him most, that is, if he's ever going to be any use, join down." "You forget the marshes," said Frodo. "I hope nothing has happened to him, and I hope he's up to no tricks. Anyway, I hope he doesn't fall into other hands, as you might say, because if he does, we shall soon be in for trouble." At that moment a rolling and rumbling noise was heard again, louder now and deeper. The ground seems to quiver under their feet. "I think we're in for trouble anyhow," said Frodo. "I'm afraid our journey is drawing to an end." "Maybe," said Sam. "But where there's light, there's hope, as Mike ever used to say. And in riddles, as most of us used to add. You have a pipe, Mr. Frodo, and a bit of sleep." The afternoon, as Sam supposed it must be called, wore on. Looking out from the covered Ethiopian dun, shadowless world, fading slowly into a featureless, colorless gloom. It felt stifling, but not heavy. Frodo slept unquietly, turning and tossing, but sometimes murmuring. Twice Sam thought he heard him speaking Gandalf's name. Time seemed to drag interminably. Suddenly Sam heard a hiss behind him. There was Gollum on all fours, peering at them with gleaming eyes. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, sleepies!" he whispered. "Wake up! No time to lose. Let's go. Yes, we must go at once. No time to lose." Sam stared at him suspiciously. He seemed frightened or excited. "Go now? What little game? Isn't time yet?" "Time even. Leastways not in decent places where there is tea time." "Silly," said Gollum. "We're not in decent places. Time's running short, yet running fast. No time to lose. We must go. Wake up, master. Wake up." time to lose. And nothing more could he get out of him. Where he had been, and what he thought was brewing to make him in such a hurry, he would not say. Sam was filled with deep suspicion, showed it. The colonel gave no sign of what was passing in his mind. He sighed, hoisted his pack, and prepared to go out in the ever-gathering darkness. Very stealthily, Colin led them down to the hillside, keeping under cover wherever it was possible, and running, almost dead to the ground, across any open space. But the light was now so dim that even a keen-eyed beast of the wild would scarcely have seen the hobbits, would it, if they lay close, nor heard them, walking as warily as little people can. Without the crack of a twig or the rustle of a leaf, they passed exactly. For about an hour they went on, silently, single file, oppressed by the gloom and by the absolute stillness of the land, broken only now and again by the faint rumbling, as of thunder, far away on drumsticks in some hollow of the hills. Down from their hiding place they went, and then, turning south, they steered as straight a course as Colin could find, across a long broken slope that lead up towards the mountains. Presently, not far ahead, looming up like a black wall, they saw a belt of trees. As they drew nearer, they became aware that these were of vast size, very ancient it seemed, and still towering high, though their tops were forked and broken, and if tempestuous and lightning blast had swept across them, but it failed to kill them or to shake their fabulous roots. Crossroads, yes, whispered Colin. The first word that had been spoken to in their hiding place. We must go that way. Turning eastward now, he led them up the slope, and then suddenly there it was before them, the southward road, winding its way about the outer edge of the mountains, until presently it comes into the great vacant fields. This is the only way, whispered Colin. No paths beyond the road, no paths. Must go to the crossroads, but when reached, be silent. As vertically as scouts would have encamped with their enemies, they crept down on the road, stole along its westward edge under the stony bank, lay as the stones themselves, and sun watered as nothing else. At length they reached the trees, found that they stood in a great open street, open in the middle to the somber sky, and the spaces between their immense bones were like the great dark arches of some ruined hall. In the very centre four ways lay. Behind them lay the road to the Morano. All them it ran out again on its long journey south. To their right, the road from old Osgiliath, climbing up, crossing, passed out eastward into darkness. The fourth way, the road they would take. Standing there for a moment filled with dread, Frodo became aware that a light was shining. He saw it glowing on Sam's face beside him. Turning towards it, he saw, beyond an arch of boughs, the road to Osgiliath running almost as straight as a stretch of them down to the wind. And there, up
Hey, give me a second, grab the cash out the house. How are you doing?
You might have the wrong person. I'm not here for money. I'm here to make a donation.
Oh, I thought you were the guy selling me the solar panel.
No. But I have some blood kits.
Oh, baller. Awesome, thank you.
So,
Do you need anything?
Yeah. Not right now. I'm just trying to, stay alive, which is pretty easy. You want some of my boiled, beautiful pork steak?
No, I've got plenty of food. You want to step into the clinic right quick, just so we don't have to be out in the open? The bottom floor is open to the public. It's not no big deal right here.
Yeah. I was just seeing if I could, if my car was unlocked.
Oh, yeah.
Someone stole I once left my car unlocked here and someone stole my ad pack. I had like a bag on it. But, it's fine, I'll find another one.
They stole what?
I had like a big military backpack with a lot of pouches on it. I found it at a heli crash. And
Like
yeah,
a rucksack?
It was black. I'm not sure what it was called exactly, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay, well, if I find one, I'll replace it. Like, I'm gonna have to make an announcement. What the? Like, why would someone steal from the fucking clinic? Like,
I don't know. It was, I mean, I did leave my car unlocked and my trunk wide open, so I don't blame someone for stealing.
Okay, well, I guess it's a little bit different.
Here that long. Yeah,
Oh shit.
I was lucky they just didn't take anything else. Planter box.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to spruce the play. Can you do me a favor and like see if you can pick that up?
Yeah. I can fill it with dirt.
That's fine. I don't care. I, mean, I haven't done that yet, but like, you know what I mean. I just want to make sure nobody else can like steal these when I put them down in here.
Yeah, no, I can only fill it with dirt or empty it of dirt.
Cool. Yeah, man, I'll have to make an announcement in the PVA that if I catch anybody fucking stealing here, I'm gonna bust their ass with rubber slugs, put them in cuffs.
Yeah.
And like, I guess I'm gonna have to make a little like cell for them or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, I had nothing in it. I was planning on selling it anyways, so I'm not that mad.
Well, I mean, how much were you gonna sell it for?
I have no clue. I don't even know if you could sell it. I was trying to head up to the surplus, dude.
How many slots was it?
It was...
It was like 120, right? Like a military rucksack, a big tactical bag.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Giant.
Was it the tactical rucksack or the military rucksack or was it a rucksack at all or just?
It was probably some type of rucksack.
Okay. Well, I ain't got a rucksack, but I got like I'm gonna give you some cash.
You sure?
Yeah, man. I've been pumpkin farming, man. I got cash. I can make it right that way at least.
Pumpkins sell for a while.
Yeah, dude. Do you not have seeds?
No, I was gonna snag some honestly, as you said you offered one night.
Yeah. Okay. So like I'm getting pretty tired. I'm probably gonna be going to sleep pretty soon. If you want to just like go through Gorka, like all the greenhouses have got pumpkins on.
All the greenhouses have pumpkins in them.
Oh, that's right. That's wrong stack. Yeah, that's for you. I don't know what that goes for, but I want you to be happy. So there you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so go hit all the greenhouses, take all the pumpkins, use some of the seeds. Sell the rest.
Yeah. Huh? Because I can have 2 garden plots without getting fined, right, by the VP?
No, you can have up to 6 if you're actively actively
farming them.
Right, and then greenhouses are
They're
greenhouses.
just sitting there. Yeah, and there's not as might be 1 or 2 in Cap. I don't really remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, there's a bunch in here. Like, if you follow this road, that's actually not that exit. I'm sorry. That goes to the back row.
I've seen.
Yeah, so this like if you follow this back road over here, like right at the end of it, when it hits a curve,
Yeah.
there's like 4 or 5 greenhouses right there, and there's a couple more behind the police station. So if you want to hit those up, man,
Yeah, I saw
feel
the
free.
ones behind the police station. That was it.
Yeah, I got those 2. The one at the very end of town over there, and then like there's like 5 or 6 of them like down there at the end of that road.
Yeah. All right. I'll go take a look for them.
Yeah, well, be careful. There's sometimes a priest that spawns by the hospital/church. Yeah, so make sure you get out the clip.
Very glad to see a priest.
Yeah.
I got pulled over by the police one night because of
Oh.
a pothole. I took every single drug I had in my car. I was kind of mad. I could have made so much money off of that bot.
I'm so sorry, man. Like, that's really fucked up that they're doing that shit.
Okay, I don't mind that they took it. That's fine. They were good-hearted about it. What I don't like is that they planted a bag in my trunk and said it was mine. That's the part I don't like. That's a bit suspicious to me, if I don't say, you know.
Wait, what do you mean? Like
They were like I had 3 bags of cocaine in my backpack after I was like on a priest killing spree. I don't know why, I just felt like it.
okay.
And I hit a pothole, hit their car, ran them off the road a bit. They're like, whoa, sir, get out, sir, get out. I'm like, I've never seen these guys in my life, but they look official, so I got out.
Was it with a megaphone?
They were like the actual police people. They were VPD, not the weird.
It doesn't matter, but did they have a megaphone?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, if your engine's running and they don't yell at you with a megaphone, you don't have to fucking listen at all. Like, for it to be legal, they have to yell at you with a megaphone.
just in case I have more run-in with these.
Yeah, yeah. If they don't have a megaphone, blow right by them. If they do have a megaphone,
Yeah.
and they're standing in the street, blow right through 'em. That's my feeling on the matter.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be risky, man.
I'm not sure if I could have blown past. Like, by the time I
No,
hit him, I was
yeah.
already in a tree and I was struggling to get out. I would have had to go in reverse then back into one.
Oh, for sure. If
was
you're in
like
that
my-
situation, you're so kind of stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was with the slow attitude, so I'm like, there's no way I can escape. I'm probably gonna shoot out my tires if I try, so I'll just comply.
Yeah.
But they
yeah.
didn't find my stash of cocaine, so I'm fine. I
Oh,
should've
there you
found
go.
some myself.
So where did they search you? Like, how did they search? They didn't make you like drop off.
Nah, they just were like, hey, we're gonna look at your trunk real quick. I'm like, oh yeah, no, sure, that's fine. I had a pig pelt in there and an M1 Garand. And they're like, wait a second, sir, there's a bag of cocaine in there. I'm like, no, there's not. You planted that. And they're like, oh no, we didn't. We just found it. And like, they're like, oh, so now we need to search you to probable cause. You know? Yeah, I'm like, sure, whatever. I really don't care. At this point, I was just trying to get out of the scenario.
Yeah.
So they I gave them permission to handcuff me, and they just searched my bag, whipped out 3 bags of cocaine. I'm like, yeah, no, I actually had that on me. I was doing field research on the priests, so.
Yeah, man. Like.
What?
Yeah.
I don't really mind. I can get it back really easily. It's not super hard. It's just.
Yeah, it's just the
That's-
principle
that's
of the
all.
matter, man. Like you did everything right.
Yeah.
They're still fucking like planting shit. Like, come on.
Yeah. And they harassed me about licenses, which I've never heard about. So.
No, it's fucking fake. They're making it up. It's.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. They're just making.
Did they
it up.
take any of your guns?
Just. Nah, they didn't take it. Just the drugs. They didn't take the guns.
All right. You got something coming up
Which
on me?
is.
You hear that?
I'll take care of it.
Cool.
I love the 1911.
Hey, I should come back over here because there's a guy coming here to try and sell me a solar panel.
I mean, I have a solar panel.
You should keep it because you need at least one.
Yeah.
I wanted the second one.
They charge car batteries, right?
And trucks, car and truck batteries. Yeah.
And truck batteries?
Yeah, dude. So come check this. Oh, is that it's your car? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your car. Cool. All right, so you know it charges the battery all day, right? Then
Yeah, I get that. Assuming it shuts off at night, right?
well, yeah, it doesn't charge all night, obviously, but more importantly, it powers that.
Oh, that's
So-
sick.
Yeah, so if you hold the construction light and you walk up to like the back corner of the solar panel, you can click to connect, right?
Mhm.
Oh, shoot, you actually can pick it up and move it with the light on. That's awesome.
Oh, wait.
So as long as you stay within
I
5
can't place
meters, yeah, because
Yeah.
just go ahead and press G, hold
Yeah,
G and drop
that's
it.
yours.
So as basically, as long as you stay within 5 meters of this thing, it stays plugged in.
Yeah. That's.
Yeah,
I gotta go find myself. I gotta go find a construction site.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even just
There's
like
no
construction
lighting
site.
in
Oh, I know, right? This is the only light I got set up.
place. Yeah. Is there more lights than just this? I don't really.
There's
remember
Christmas
seeing.
lights, but I haven't like seen how they work. Like I've got a set
I
of them.
think. I know you can attach them to tents, but I don't have a tent.
Oh, you
mainly
can buy
because
tents at
last time-
surplus.
Yeah, last time I went to surplus to buy a tent, I stepped on a landmine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
going up there
shit.
anytime soon.
All right. Well,
I am.
next time I go, you want me just to pick up like 5 tents for you and like put them in my heli and bring them back and like
5
store?
tents. I only need like 2. It's just me.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying you're allowed
Plus
5.
that, then yeah, and I'm allowed 5 for
Yeah.
a find or whatever. But only tent I would maybe need a car tent because someone parked an ATV in my garage and I can't move it and it won't move. I can't interact with it.
That's bullshit, dude. They're just like blocking your shit.
Yeah.
You should have.
No, it was there whenever I got there.
Oh, I gotcha.
Whenever I originally staked out the house, it was there, so it's been there before I even moved in,
Mm,
which makes me think someone might be crawling around in my walls and I don't know about it.
that's horrifying.
It is what it is.
Yeah, this is
If they,
I wonder where the guy's at.
Hmm?
He should be here soon. He said he'll be there in 10. That was at like 11:25.
Yeah. Huh. There's also a dude trying to get a sledgehammer. He hasn't said anything back to me. I'm trying to pay it
Sledgehammer?
forward, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, finished mine, so I got my base set up.
It's the same thing with me,
Just
man.
trying to help
Like,
other people out.
exactly. Like Joe Friday, he hooked me up like a month ago. I set up a little base in Rogorevka over there by the mall.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I got a nice little nest egg set up over there, and I moved over here whenever I got robbed outside of my house.
What? That's
Yeah, dude.
dumb.
Oh no! So I was in my house, and these Zeus came running up, and I said, "Hey, man, you got any peppers?" I was like, "Yeah, man, I got some peppers." So I run downstairs, and I bring up some peppers, and they're like, "Oh, all right, this is a robbery," and I'm like, well, "That's fucked up." And it's just like they took all my shit.
I mean,
I had to like get all my clothes again besides my pants. Like I had to go find a new freaking paramedic jacket. I had to sell my car because I got my key, my second key, whatever.
what?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then the Brotherhood
that's
of
fine.
Lead, they live down there in Pollyanna, the next town that way.
Yeah.
They helped me
I
move
get it.
over
I
here.
know what that is.
Yeah,
That's
they picked my ass up that night, and it was like, all right, man, we're gonna take everything you have, put it in our trucks, and drive your ass over here, and you can pick where you want to live, and we'll move you into it.
That's dope.
Yeah, and like that's when I found this
There's
place.
a lot of nice people, but
Yeah, there's
a lot of
nice
not so
people
nice
and there's
people, so-
assholes,
yeah.
and even some of the assholes. are
Honestly,
nice
if I was in that scenario, I'd probably just run back in my base and hole up in there. But I don't know if that would be an option.
I mean, I mostly just wanted to like give them what they needed. You know, like I didn't have anything on me besides like my gun and my jacket. Like if they didn't take my pouches, if they didn't take my clothes and my pouches, I wouldn't have given a fuck. Like if they just taken my gun and like
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
no,
bit of cash I had
100%,
on me,
like,
yeah, who cares? Like they
took
didn't take all. It took everything. It's like, come on, man, why take my jacket? You're not gonna fucking wear it.
Yeah, no. That's taking someone's all their clothes if you take all of their stuff.
Well, he didn't take all my clothes because I refused to take my pants off. That's my one code. I will fucking die before I take my pants off. Like,
That's fair. I do the same. Except whenever a zombie bit my pants off. So
oh, I mean, yeah, okay. So sometimes a man doesn't have a choice.
I didn't have a choice in that scenario. I'm not proud of it, but I had to quickly slipped into something.
And so, what's your you said you're starting a paper? Is that something I heard right, or is that somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting the paper yet, but I'm finding the issue is the notes don't have enough space for me to write an entire article.
What?
Like, here, I'll show you some of the.
What about a notebook?
Can I see? I have a notebook, but I'm not sure exactly how to make a book out of it.
Oh, I don't know if you can make
Like,
a book out of it. I think you just put the notes in order, right?
yeah,
you press
I
like
can-
1 and like
yeah.
type the first and 2 and then type the thing.
Yeah, I get that part, but like, it's like after I start writing a certain amount, the ink goes away or something stupid. I don't know. 'Cause,
Really?
Like, here's a few of the fake licenses I made.
Fake licenses.
Next time I get pulled over, I'm prepared. Like, if they're gonna make stuff up, I'm making stuff up. It's like, I'm full in on this. Like, I put like bars in it and everything. And, like,
I'm pretty sure they're gonna make you get your license from Hawks.
Yeah, no. I looked at it and I'm like, wait a second.
Like, look, I'm
Like,
not
I
going to
know
the
it's
fucking
fake.
DMV. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not about to do DMV when I get robbed on the street. Like, no. Can't make me.
Exactly. Like, I'll fucking pay taxes when y'all start like providing
Oh,
a
yeah,
service.
Yeah, like if they said, yeah, we'll protect cabin, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year long, if you get $1,000 a month, I'd 100% down for that. But they haven't. They've only pulled me over and played a stop in my car. So, as far as I'm concerned,
They're
I'm
dirty
not showing
cops.
up at 3:15.
Exactly. Like they're playing dirty cops and not playing real cops. Like it would be nice if we had a real cop force in the world.
Yeah. Like, weren't there fake?
I think they're still around.
The VPD,
Severograd.
right? Aren't there
Yeah, the VPD are just the vans.
Yeah,
the
they're
same
just the
group.
vans, like a long arm of the vans. They're the people who pulled me over.
Yeah,
That's a
then
thing
there's
with police
SPD.
vehicle.
They're doing the same thing.
SPD?
Yeah, the Severograd Police Department. They
I
do
thought
the
it was
exact
the
same
Gorka
thing.
Police Department.
No, Gorka Police Department is made up. I've never heard of that before, like a couple days ago.
Yeah, no. I heard it's a highway robbery gang and they just have like a little Tahoe. Not even a Tahoe, they have a gun turn. They're like, yeah, no, our budget's low, so we're gonna plant evidence on the robbery. If those officers took any of my guns, I was gonna vibe check at least one of them.
I mean, somebody got their guns jacked, I believe. They're being told they have to get a gun license.
Really?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. That just came up on the PDA.
Like,
I think it was Griffin. Griffin they got.
low key, if I could, I'd 100% start like a loose coalition of relatively free, quote unquote, like factions and businesses. 'Cause, like, I don't like getting abused by the police.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. The clinic stands neutral in all conflicts, but we support a neighborhood watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like, I'm neutral to everyone, but like, that's not going to stop me from like writing bad in the paper.
Oh hell! Oh my God! The truth comes before all. Hell yes.
Yes.
Are you a
Like,
Pratchett
if you
fan,
want
my
a
friend?
silence- Pratchett?
Yeah, Terry Pratchett.
I never heard of him.
Oh,
I mean,
he wrote a satirical fantasy series before all this happened. And one of the books in it.
Big fantasy guy.
Oh yeah, no, that was what got me through my life before all this. I'm going crazy without my books, but
I lied. I've read a lot of. I used to read a lot in middle school, and I kind of dropped off when I got in sports. But anyways, carry on.
yeah. So one of the books is called The Truth, and it's the fantasy setting is just like kind of like progressing through the Industrial Revolution in like a comedic satirical fashion, and so The Truth is about the invention of the printing press and the newspaper.
That's actually kind of sick.
Dude, if you wanted to like check it out, I would highly recommend it. If you could get your hands on like a copy of it in this hellscape.
I'll just go write it myself.
Oh yeah, I mean,
make my own truth.
If I had like a perfect memory, I would definitely Fahrenheit 451 it for you and write it down.
But yeah, no, 100%. If they're gonna silence me, I'm getting 24-hour protection every single time I head into an armed military base and millions of dollars. Like, if you want to silence me, I'm gonna have absurd demands.
Dude,
like you're gonna pull a bullet.
Reach out to Silverlight, man.
Type stuff.
Like, so I know Brotherhood is kind of like on hiatus at the moment. There's only really a couple guys who are still active for like this week or two, but Silverlight I think is our best bet for like trying to rally around if we're gonna try and like get people organized.
I met one of them while I was walking around. I think it was Starry, and it's like they seemed like a cool guy. They had a
Starry Sabor or Starry Yar?
Starry Sober.
Starry Sabor, I don't know where. I mean, I think the Loot Goblins live there, but I know Starry Yar.
Oh, the Loot Goblins live there?
Yeah, it's a Raven. Oh, did it just kill the battery already?
What?
Oh my God, they drained the battery that fast.
Jeez.
But that's just a car battery. That's not a truck battery.
Yeah, true. I have to find any battery, period, besides the one that came with my car.
I just buy them at surplus. Although I have found a couple.
I mean,
they sell truck batteries.
At surplus.
Not everything, but
it's
quite a bit.
I mean, yeah, it's just I'm not excited to go back to surplus without a few people to go ahead and use mine detectors, you know. I mean, I guess I do gotta thank the VPD for literally saving my life. That's the one time they did come in handy. Planting cocaine in my car is still not cool.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Like, if I can, I want to get like a map. If I could, I would 100% like try getting like the Gorka Vibor region like relatively secure. That's
like that road right there. Like we're gonna keep this clinic here, and we're also gonna establish one up in Novod Madruskov or whatever, so we can like respond along that northern road. That's that northeasternmost town almost. So like you can swing down and go down the coastal road, or we can swing west and go along the northern road.
I got it.
Yeah, and then we're gonna keep this one here. So it's like these two spots, and then we're gonna try and keep a presence at the mall. So that's like basically like the
mall's-
entire like a line across the map.
That main road from Cavi to Rogovo to Pulkovo, from my knowledge, is pretty alright. I've never had issues besides, you know, kind of ramming the VPD off the road due to a pothole.
Yeah, I mean I come down through Novi Sober and then Starry Sober, and then come through Rogovo that way, from the east. You know, since I'm out here.
I also live at Cavi, so it's a lot easier for me to get around.
Yeah, I used to live closer to the mall, like in Pogorevka, but it was like dangerous as fuck.
But if I could... Wait, it's dangerous by the mall?
I got robbed there. Yeah.
Dangerous by where?
Pogorevka, I got robbed there.
Were you walking or were you driving?
No, that's where my house
I
was.
drive everywhere.
That's where the pepper shit happened.
Oh, Pogorevka.
Yeah, so like the pepper shit happened. I went inside, grabbed my spare key, got in my car, drove to the auto dealer, sold my car, bought a new car, drove home in it. By the time I got home, the motherfuckers were back at my house, wearing my hat.
Wow.
Talking shit. So they didn't have a megaphone though, so I just turned around and left, and I called the Brotherhood up. They heli dropped in, and they rolled up with like 3 armored vehicles, and like secured the area, loaded all my shit, and we left.
VIP type status. See, that's what I want.
Well, I mean,
Like,
yeah, I just met like
I'm
a
getting
couple days
contact
before
with
that.
PMCs.
Who? I'm sorry, PMC.
Yeah, no. Like private. I don't know what you call like the brother.
Oh, yeah.
But I consider
So,
them like the merc groups or private
military companies, yeah.
Because they're well armed and they're relatively neutral.
Yeah, I'm not particularly armed. I got my gun. You know, I got the guns that my boys use, and that's
I'm
about
not
it.
armed.
Yeah, I see that. You got the one gun and the baseball bat.
I mean,
Yeah, it's fine.
This is an axe.
Yeah, it's saying you got one gun and you got like a melee weapon.
Oh yeah, no, I got a gun. I got a suppressed gun. I got a knife. I got a second melee weapon.
Yeah, I got my pistol.
If I could probably. Oh yeah, no, pistol, gun.
I got lucky and I found a
melee
suppressor for my KA.
Ooh, nice.
And I got Vega, and then the Brotherhood gave me a couple 20-round mags for it, so I loaded the first 6 with rubber slugs.
Oh, I'd vibe check some before I load up rubber slugs.
Dude, I just want to
Honestly,
knock somebody the fuck out and like put them in cuffs. That's like my dream.
You know what I have for your dream though? I have narcotics injectors at my house.
Oh, you don't understand. I've got bags of them.
Oh, I've got one on me.
I think I do too. Let me see. No, I don't. I actually got it on the other. Yeah, I got the morphine injector on this guy, on this bag.
God, I really do this quick. I have so much basic stuff on me. Like, if I get robbed, someone's about to start up a base.
Well, some dude's rolling in here in like a couple minutes to buy. It's just sell me that solar panel. So if you want to not be here, just in case he has nefarious intent, and he wasn't worried about me robbing him.
Nefarious intent. I will gun him down like the dog he is.
Yeah, you want to stay up here, like turn your fucking lights off, just in case he's got some fucking like shit going on.
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
SR-25. SR-25 does not negotiate.
Most guns don't.
If I could, I'd have a scar, but I've yet to find one. So.
Oh, yeah. Let me see. We just sold one, unfortunately. We're giving it to you.
Nah, it's fine. I don't really. See, handouts are nice, but like, I gotta do some stuff for myself, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm just leeching up.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I don't like that feeling, but at the same time, it's like I don't like the guns. Like,
Yeah.
I like the gun I have. Like, the K works. I have a honey badger that like if I ever like go into like a situation where like I expect to be in the shit, I'm bringing that.
You had a honey badger?
Yeah, dude. I bought it off of Brotherhood for like 300K. It was so fucking
One time
sick.
I went up to surplus. I had 2 boxes of 300 blackout. I would have so given it to you.
Oh, dude, I need that ammo so much. If you ever get it, I will be happy to
didn't-
buy some.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Now that I know, I'll hand it to you. I've just
Thank
been
you.
selling it because like I don't know anyone who. I've yet to find a honey badger.
Oh, well, if you do, let me know. I got plenty of mags for you. Like, I can give you like 4 or 5 mags as soon as you find one.
I just need like 308, honestly. Anything.
308
Only thing
ammo?
I'm gonna be carrying on these. Oh no, I have three. I have plenty. I have like 4 boxes on me right now.
The mags
I'm
for
rolling in
308?
ammo. Do you have 20 round 308 Stanax?
Yeah, give me a second. How many you want?
I only have room for 2 more.
I'll grab them. Hey, can you go poke your head by the main road? He said he's by the main road, but I don't understand why he's not coming in here. It seems weird.
Yeah. I'll go look
Maybe
at
he's lost.
it. Maybe.
Yeah, I got him.
Maybe
Two clips, right? 2 mags? Got him.
Yeah, if I start yelling.
Yeah, I'm coming down.
any
Fuck that.
fruit-
I'm coming right now.
Oh, okay.
I found it faster than I thought.
Oh.
Here you go.
I was about to say, if I start yelling like fruits.
And there's a little something to replace your pre-stash.
Ah.
We don't keep that shit here. Yeah, here he is. Hey! It's over here. Oh shit!
Oh, yeah.
Was that zoomed right quick. That zoomed up real quick. Alright. Hey, here's your money. Oh shit, zombie? Fuck, zombie. Well, let's get away from your vehicle so you don't bust it up. There's another one, watch out. Nope. I'm so fucking bad at this game. Die, motherfucker. Ah! I don't want to shoot it in front of your car.
I'll shoot it.
Okay.
What the?
Got him.
Alright, well I appreciate you doing this quickly for me. The name.
Yo, here's your 100K. You want me to put it in the thing or you want to put it on the ground?
Could you put it on the ground?
Yeah, right there, boom.
If you want any more exotic stuff like this,
Yeah, let me know. If you ever find like any like wardrobes or lockers, I'd be happy to pay you like significantly more than that.
wardrobes or lockers.
Yeah, it's basically anything that has storage for a kit. You know, anything that I can put like my helmet, my shirt, and all that type of stuff on.
I got like a bed at home, so maybe it's got like 2.
Yeah, no. It's
That's
specifically it's like a specific wardrobes and lockers, or like lets you take your backpack off, like your shirt off, with things in them and store it with things in them. So like you have 2 different kits like loadout type of things. But yeah, if you ever find you come across that, hit me up. Whoa, yo, what you got?
look what I got in there.
Oh, hell yeah, peppers for days,
I'm
man.
fucking loaded.
Yo, you want some pumpkin seeds?
Actually, I'll take some seeds if you got some. If you want to grab some peppers, you got.
No, yeah, I just planted a bunch of peppers to refresh my veggies. Let me Oh shit, I'm cracked. No, I'm good. All right. Well, what I did was I planted the entire town with pumpkins. My boy Leo here, he's gonna go grab some of them. But if you want to grab some of them too, like literally every greenhouse in town has pumpkins in it. So.
Okay, you know what? I'll swing by probably after this all.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, they'll be there. I'm going to sleep. I'm pretty tired. I was just kind of waiting up for you to come by, drop off the solar panel. Also with this thing too. If you come across that medic bag.
What's this?
Yeah, medic bag, red, black, or blue. Yeah. I'll pay you $250 for these.
Alright, sounds good. I'm just gonna plan a route out of here.
Yeah, are you heading to the mall? If you head to the mall, I would follow this road out of town to the west and take it down to Novi Sabor, and take that to Stary Sabor, and take that to Rogov. That's pretty straight route to the mall.
Gorka to Stary to.
Oh no, Gorka to Novi. So you see that white road going to Novi? You take a right in Novi, and you go up to Stary, and I recommend you ditch off the road just as soon as you get right before Stary, take the field, and get back on the road and head south towards Rogovo.
Gotcha. Should I expect any, people on the road?
The only place I would be worried about something is like in downtown Stary Sabor, and that's why I recommend you ditch off before you get to downtown. You take a left, like basically as soon as you get to like the area, take a left and just go through the field and get back on the road. And don't stop for anybody who doesn't have a megaphone. If they don't have a megaphone, you don't have to stop for shit. And if they shoot you, you can tell the gods, and they'll give you your stuff back by magic.
Gotcha. I got the body cam on.
There you go. All right, dude.
Well, I appreciate it. Go ahead and cut.
Yep. Good luck. Hey, Leo. You still here? Hey, Leo. You still around? Oh, you're right here. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm ready. I was in touch. Don't worry.
So just
Right around the corner.
nice. Just in so if you figure to go grab the pumpkins, if you could leave one of the greenhouses for him, and then
Oh yeah, no. I was only gonna grab one or two and just start growing my own.
sure thing. And then whatever you grab, if you could reseed it, I'd appreciate it. So I grab it in the morning.
100%. I wouldn't leave anything empty.
Yeah.
That's just kind of rude, you know, taking someone else's pumpkins and not planting them.
Yeah, I have no problem with people grabbing them as long as they just replant them. You know, it's easy enough for me to just grab them if they're there. If they're not there, that's just less work for me to do. I'm okay with it, but they're there.
100%. Also, you know where Silverlight's based at?
Starry Yar.
Steroid?
Oh, Starry Yar. So if you look at the very north of the map, like you see where the auto is.
Yes.
Okay, so if you follow that white road till it hits that other yellow road, that's Starry Yar. Starry Yar is the end of that yellow road. That's kind of part of why I want to move up to Novo, because we'll have decent access to them by just taking that northern road out of town. They'll also give us easy access to surplus to do medical calls there.
I was gonna set up just south of Severograd until I found an abandoned military FOB and I got spooked and left.
Yeah, that's Blackwatch. I would not live there.
I moved out quick.
And from what I understand, all the Blackwatch incursions have come from the north. So anything in the north, I would think would be kind of dangerous. It's also part of why we're going up there, so we can have easy access to any sort of conflicts, so we can respond to it.
Yeah, no, I get it. Are all the conflicts up north relatively?
I mean, the Vans live up there, so I assume there'd be a higher ratio of robberies up there, as well as the fact that the Blackwatch, I believe, all the Blackwatch action I've seen has been either in Severograd, south of Severograd, and then over there by Auto. Those are the first event. The first incursion was Auto. The second incursion happened by Severograd.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Huh.
But if you wanted to try and our plan is to move into Novo-Mitrovsky, like we said, and then to that. If you see the square, Novo-Mitrovsky, over in the northeast. You see where there's a square with the little fountain in the middle of it? We want to move into that big building on the northwest side of it.
Hold on, I gotta find it. Which the Novoya by
Novod-Mitrovsk in the north.
Oh, Novo. Oh,
the big city.
I pronounced Russian very wrong.
Yeah, it's okay.
I see.
Yeah, so that northern side of town, there's like a big square. There's a big building in that square that has a base in it, but the flag's halfway down.
Fountain?
Yeah, once the flag goes down, I'm gonna try and get that big building. But if you wanted to move into a different part of town, like Joe Friday lives up there. We're moving up there for our main base. The Brotherhood's thinking about putting an outpost out there, so hopefully we can keep that area relatively safe.
In Novo, yeah. Honestly, you see kind of like the subdivisions by Karmenikova, Chernaya, or even really far west, kind of by Sverigina.
Sverigina? Where's Sverigina? Oh, yeah.
Sverigina's.
Yeah, by the dam and stuff, past the dam.
Yeah, tell me whenever you guys move up there, because I honestly might, because I feel pretty lonely at Cat. I've got some relative friends, but they all live out in the middle of nowhere on dirt.
Well, you're allowed to have two bases, right? Your outpost and a base. Your outpost can have 5 walls, and your base can have 15. I assume your cabbie house has 5 or less walls, yeah?
I have 1 up.
There you go. So you can set up your main base up there too.
Kitchen.
We can all move up to Novo, make Novo a paradise in this setting, hopefully.
Honestly, until it gets slightly rated by Blackwatch, but...
Yeah, well,
honestly,
hopefully we can push them back.
Yeah, if we all move with the Nova, I'd 100% like start up like a little mini security detail. If I could find people, I'd 100% do that.
Yeah, just patrol the city constantly. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, no, I'd 100% do that. The only issue is I don't like the topography, because kind of by northern Novo, it looks like there's like a mountain range with
Yes.
like
Yes.
easy sniping capability.
And it's very forested, but those buildings are big, so if we're in the center square, you're pretty protected.
Yeah, by that water fountain.
Yeah, that's why I want to like have that be like the
honestly,
center area of where we're gonna focus in.
There's a small area up north that I'd consider, and then there's So Cool I'd consider like putting like a little mini something there for like a counter damage point.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
a
that little.
sniper, so-
Oh yeah, that little. I think it's probably a hunting stand, like a shed or something.
It looks like a church up on So Cool.
Hmm.
But there's probably some other stuff there.
Oh, yeah, there's a church on the western slope as well.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'll probably scout it out.
I haven't actually gone there on foot.
If I find
I've seen a GoPro footage of it, and I've flown by on a helicopter. If you want to,
I might drive through
if you do, let me know what you think.
it. Yeah. I mean, I've been there on foot before. But that was way before when it was a lot friendlier. Before the whole zombie thing.
I gotcha.
Could be very bad or very good. But if you guys move up there and Silverlight makes or Lead and Steel, is that who's moving up there?
Brotherhood of Lead and Steel. Yeah, they're gonna set up an outpost in the area. They haven't told me where
If
yet.
they set up an outpost, over there and you go up there, I'll definitely set something up there.
Sounds good, man.
I don't know, press, a little neighborhood watch. I don't know.
Well, I like the idea of having a paper. Like, that seems really cool to me. Like,
Yeah.
I definitely would subscribe, get it delivered.
Oh no, it'd be dirt cheap. Like I'm talking, you either walk up to my house and like trade it for something like a pepper, or you give me $5 for it. But, like,
I'm planning on doing these in like the same manner. Not the bag, obviously, the J. The purple Kush joint.
Oh, just selling those?
I mean, just like,
Or, like-
yeah, for cheap as fuck.
I mean, yeah, like $5 for one.
Yeah, why not?
$5.
Like, I can make pumpkin money, right? Like, I don't need to like make money
Yeah,
off of the
like-
fun stuff.
Like honestly, it's easy. Cause so many pigs just show up around like where I frequent. I am in no need to like honestly super get hard into money.
I've had like
And if I really,
I've had like 8 cows spawn in here.
jeez, that's
Like 3 of them spawned
That's-
literally over that wall right there. 3 of them spawned like right over here, and then like 2 of them spawned back on that side of the wall. It's been pretty crazy.
if I those are classes. If I ever get any of my friends, I'm definitely gonna like be
Action
like a
up.
reporter / neighborhood watch.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Faction.
Oh my god, because it'd be
Like,
really appropriate, right? Because like the neighborhood watch could report it to the reporter, and the reporter could like do investigative
Oh my
journalism.
god. Yes. God, it's beautiful.
Like, cause like we do the medic thing, and like half of us are not medics, because like there's security personnel,
Oh, yeah.
because it's the apocalypse, right? So you could have like reporters, and you could have escorts.
Medics get robbed if you leave them alone,
I mean, I've gotten robbed twice, but like that was before I got like kind of a reputation. I have not been robbed since I got a reputation.
yeah. That's fair. I don't know if I really even have. I don't know if anyone even heard of me. I'm just the dude out here with the black breast vest who stepped on a landmine.
If the landmine thing
As far as
definitely is gonna get you like something, and I feel like more if you
Yeah.
start doing the paper, if you actually start like writing a paper and handing it out to
Yeah.
people,
But like,
that's gonna be a thing.
here, I'm gonna real quick. I'm gonna write a quick draft and show you my problem once I find where I put my.
Okay,
book.
well, while you do that, I'm gonna go put this solar panel up on the
Yeah,
roof.
no, you're good. I'm just gonna start dropping things. I have a very full backpack.
Gotcha. Well, whenever you get up there to what you call it, buy some pouches, surplus. Buy some pouches of the surplus.
I'm writing it up. It's gonna be a little bit of a personal story and a bit fibbed, but you know, press is press. This is just a little test run, so
Yeah.
it's not gonna be spell check, not gonna be anything.
So how are you engaging this? Are you engaging with each individual note?
Yeah. Like, I put a pen in my hand and I start writing, which is why I'm thinking about... So you know the PDA system, right? You know how you can have, like, private channels?
Yeah. Like a...
I'm-
is it like private channel like you put more than one person in?
I think try. I think you can. Like,
Can you make it so only one person can
like,
talk in it,
try
though?
one.
Like a subscription channel where you
I
subscribe to
I
your
don't think
newsletter?
so. I think it'd just be like a little a courtesy rule. Like, you talk, I'm gonna come into your house and shoot you type thing.
Hmm. And that's a thing.
Yeah, but like, I'd 100%, like, it'd be so much easier to do it digitally, because I have to interact with every node. I can't just, like, ink
And like
press
making more than one copy of it.
Yeah, that's gonna take so long. Like, I need a team of people just writing notes every single day, and the amount of paper I'd need.
I mean, the paper's not that hard. Every ammo box you open, you get the paper. But yeah, you're
but
right.
if I have to make a paper a day, and I need, and 25 people buy the paper every day, right, at different times of the day,
Yeah.
and one notebook only holds 40 pieces of note paper, I need roughly, if I'm gonna do an entire 7 days week of paper, I'm gonna need like 8 notebooks full of paper. Like, it's, like, I've been running some stupid numbers, so I don't know any. I'm just thinking about doing the digital version, like, pay me $10, I'll add you to the private news channel.
That's a good idea.
And if you pay me 15 on top of that, you get the extra scoop, where I give, like, off the run, no prep, no spell check, no anything, nothing done to edit over. I just give like a raw review.
We get the breaking
like
news.
a story or something.
15, you get the breaking.
Just like something that just literally just got pulled over by the cops. They put a bag of cocaine in my car.
Oh my god! Somebody actually trawl like the out of character. Does somebody actually look at the Discord PDA chat and just like put it into the in-game PDA chat every once in a while?
Honestly,
just like a recap of like the drama.
Oh, I could. There's so much potential with this, and I'll do it so bad. But I have to figure out the logistics behind it first.
Yeah, I think the chat room thing is a great idea. It's not as satisfying as handing out a newsletter. I will agree.
I'd love to hand out a newsletter, but here I'm gonna finish writing this, and I'll show you how far it gets, because eventually the ink fades on some of the paper.
You can buy pens.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about pens. Like, it's like I think it's like the character in that you can put on a note, honestly, because if I'm writing full notes in 25 pages, like if I'm writing 25 full notes, that's a lot of words that have to be like processed, you know. And I don't think that there's like the capability to hold all of that information, you know. So I don't know how I'm gonna do it, licensing and registration, but do not provide words for said licenses. While people are still getting outside the mall, which begs the question. Does everyone know that the VP is just an extension of the vans, or is it kind of like a...
I mean, I think they're kind of like trying to play it off like they're not, but yeah. I mean, I think everyone knows, yes.
It says van prison by their prison, so...
Yeah.
I mean...
The worst kept secret of the lands. The vans have now begun impersonating police officers.
And people started beginning impersonating the band to impersonating police officers.
Right, supposedly. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
It is alleged. It has been told to this reporter. The Times has been made aware. The Times can report. Oh my God! Do a radio show.
Oh.
Do like a talk show. Like literally like oh my God. Okay. Radio's in it. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Like get a military radio. Get a military radio, set up a band, set up a time. Like, this is the time we're broadcasting every day. Be fucking Alex Jones. Be the Alex Jones of the land, dude. Oh my God. Please. I will give you whatever you need. I will support you.
Invite people. Oh my God. So you know Alter right next to here?
Where?
That Alter, it's a small
Radio's in it.
station.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You wanna go take a look?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me finish writing this. Hey, hold up. I'm not done writing.
I was. It's fine. Do what you gotta do.
Okay.
Yeah, I was. This one thing hadn't gotten planted earlier, so the one pumpkin grew.
Oh.
So I was just gonna grab your pumpkin so you didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, no. I thought you were just sprinting up.
No. I was hoping like you would drive over there and like I could ride with you and like you could just. I could just log off there and walk home later. Like, one pumpkin usually will give you 12 to 18 seeds, so hopefully it gives us 18. I give it 13 this time, alright, well. Seeds.
Sweet. I'm secretly behind.
Oh my God, you could do like a traffic report from a chopper.
Oh my God, if I get a helicopter, imagine.
I think a little bird.
Helicopters.
You buy them at the oil
I-
rig. It's not marked on the map.
Yeah, I figured.
You actually have to have a hazmat suit to go there. NBC.
Oh, I have yet to find a full NBC set. I have an NBC pouch, which is handy.
The pouch or the bag?
I have a pouch and it lets me hold each and every single piece of the NBC set in like 4 slots.
The 2x2?
Yeah, the 2x2.
That's really fucking good. Where'd you get that from?
Yeah, it's nice. I found it in the military site. I just loot every little thing I see on the road. That's how I found the SR-25. That's how I found the sniper rifle in my trunk.
You can do that. That's really good. I like that a lot.
Okay, I am almost done with this now.
Okay.
Alright. Let's expose the truth. Okay, that's it. And that's as far as I can write. Okay. So, take that note, right? And see how much of it you can actually read. Wait a second. Did none of it... Wait, did it go in my inventory or did it go on the ground?
I would say this paper's been sitting here blank this whole time. This is not the note, I don't think. Unless something glitched out a while ago. I've been hearing you typing, but I haven't been like seeing you with the thing in your hand.
I was typing on a paper. Well, shucks.
I mean, is it just that at a certain point the letters become illegible because they're too light?
Yeah. No, it's because like it's like at a certain point. Wait, test kit. Hold on.
No, the blood test kit report
writing
is.
this.
No, that's from when you did a blood test on yourself. Yeah,
I
it's.
was about to say. How do I get rid of it? It's not going away.
Yeah, drop it on the ground.
I'm stuck.
Oh, press tab.
Flex
your tab muscle.
Uh,
Press escape, then tab. There might be an X in the upper right corner of the button. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
For kind of nothing, but it's fine. I'm used to it. I've written, it's kind of how those licenses worked out. Like, I put a lot of detail when I put these great pork steaks on the ground. Kinda, I thought they were so kids, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's
You
grab
grab
this pumpkin and throw it
Yeah,
in the
grab the
trap.
seeds. Grab the seeds. Grab the seeds. There's like 34 seeds.
Oh my god, you're too kind.
It's. I mean, it's like 2.5 pumpkins of seeds. You're good, man.
You're a straight man.
So you're gonna go check out Radio Zenit?
Oh yeah, no, 100% I'm coming.
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna just log off there and I'll run home tomorrow. It's not that far away.
Alright. I'm gonna throw this in the trunk. Do you have a need for crossbow scope, but
No.
PKA optic?
No. If you wanna like reach out to Yuri, I think he likes the crossbow.
Yuri?
One of the
Oh,
cabbies.
Yuri the taxi guy?
Yeah.
He drove me to Viber for free because of listable code.
Yeah, they wanted to drive me to
Where's-
Surplus for free. Like, I was
Really?
like, yeah. Like I
One of the
I-
taxi guys also saved my life.
Was it Anthony?
I don't know. It was someone driving in the morning. He was with another guy, and they offered to take me back to my car because I broke my leg and I didn't have enough tools to get a splint.
Oh
I
wait,
was
do you have a
left,
splint on you now?
Assuming they left. Oh no, I have one in my trunk. I'm fine.
Okay, cool. Go to the right.
Radios in it.
Yeah, go to the right and take this right out of town. And take a right as soon as you get out of town. Or a little bit after you get out of town. Well, if you ever need... I got medical pouches set up with morphine, epinephrine, and splints in the clinic downstairs. There's a medical box on the wall for people just to grab stuff out of.
Yeah, so if you're ever not there, do you want me to just like leave everything I have to donate in that box, or where do I leave it?
Leave it in the
'Cause
helipad.
I'm a loot rat. On the helipad?
Yeah, if the helipad is
Seriously,
probably full of
by the
pumpkins
helipad.
right now, you can just throw the shit away. You can just throw it on the ground. If it's full of pumpkins, like it's fine. But yeah, the helipad is open.
It's my
It's
favorite thing to do in this car.
it's right here. Take a right at the next road.
Yeah, this next road. This is how I've been getting up to like anywhere up north, surplus, top.
Yeah, that's where I go to. I
I'm-
like this one. I like the
I'm
one
getting
over there
better
by
at not
your
using
base.
my map.
Cabinina is another good place to go up.
Yeah, that's why I like Cabby. There's this weird.
It's
like,
located
sketch road no one
centrally.
uses.
I actually
That's
parked
the
the
only
Patriot
good
out
part
there one
about
time.
Cabby, besides the random. There's another dude who lives across town from me, and I've yet to see.
Oh,
him,
we
but
just
his
left.
flag's
Take this
always
next left.
raised. Next left?
Yeah.
Oh no, I see it. I mean, we can go off road.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how effective it'll be, but we can.
So what car is this?
Kind of like that. This is a beat up 525. That does not handle very well in grass,
How much was it?
as you can see from that demonstration. This one's only 75k. I got this with drug money. I'm gonna be 100% honest. If a dude did not buy all of my blue candy, I was gonna get like the beater version, because like, oh, it's 60K, I can save 15K, and I can like buy other stuff.
You know, I
And then
really
I
like the
saw that
Patriot for 60K. The UAZ.
Patriot?
The UAZ is like a little SUV. It looks like a Patriot.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's got like 600
you wanna
storage.
stop?
Yeah, you want to stop here? It's probably a good idea. No,
Actually,
like,
I
can you? Oh my god. Well, the Patriot probably could have done that. That's fair. I mean, maybe it could. That's a pretty big gap.
I like this car because it's fast, and
Yeah.
because I love a mob boss who's going to
Yeah, no, it looks nice. It's definitely sleek.
like the black windows, the back windows you can't even see out of. Like you cannot tell if I had more than 2 people in this car unless
You
look
can't
at it
see.
from the
I mean, you can barely see the front.
Ah, it's so good. I was so happy when I looked at it. I'm like, if this black version does not have tinted windows, I'm gonna be pretty mad. 919. Sorry, I'm just being a rat. Ignore me.
You didn't know, it's all good.
I remember coming here at one point. But this broadcasts to every town, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes. Yeah, there should be 2 state. Yeah, this thing right here. This thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. I can sell that to
I
someone.
think he just needs a truck battery.
No, it does. And I already have a solar. Oh my god, I could so do this. It'd be
Well,
so.
okay, well, so but here. Okay, we need. Okay, there's an app on the outer web that will allow us to go look at this. Let's see here. Because there's several locations that have this. I've seen one in the south as well.
But there's another one of these that broadcast everywhere.
Oh, there's several of them. Yeah.
I thought it was just one. What?
No. There's
I
a
thought
marker.
This one was
that,
the only one.
I'm looking right now. I'm gonna tell you where they're at. Oh, I should just turn everything off. Be careful. There we go.
Because at one point, I was thinking about setting up an altar so I could do that, but I didn't know if this was the only special one or not.
Yeah, let's see here. So there's this one.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Is this some of those? Star Yoy. No. Polygon Corco. Use that. You know, I don't see the symbol that this thing is. Well, we'll just have to look around, I guess. But yeah, this one's here, obviously. I think there's one in Zelengorsk, maybe.
Zelengorsk?
One of the southern cities. One of the southern cities I was looting. I walked into their PA system building, and it had the PA system right next to one of these.
Yeah. So, is it this always like radio thing?
Yeah, it's exactly like this every time.
Okay. I got it.
But yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, this is also a pretty centrally located location. It's on that northern road.
Relatively.
Yeah.
But I also don't feel super safe.
No. If we can find like something like that up there, but also I'm pretty sure a military radio broadcasted the whole map anyways.
Oh, I thought it was just you had more channels.
Oh no, it's significantly more powerful. My buddy Old Jack, he was hunting.
Yeah.
And he was running back, and like I picked up military radio because the first one wasn't working. After I broadcast, and he could hear me, but I could still not hear him. And he was like AK out.
Weird. That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
Huh. Well, I'm gonna be a rat and loot the little stuff up there by the other 2 radio towers because I'm a rat.
All right. Well, you do you, man. Good luck. I'm gonna go in here and go to sleep.
All right. You have a good night.
Yeah. Good. I keep a lockpick on me at all times for this very reason.
Mine's about to break, but I do have like 3 multi-tools, so
Oh
I'm
yeah.
strapped.
I have a couple extra
I-
lockpicks
yeah.
and one multi-tool somewhere.
Can you fix lockpicks?
I don't think so.
I'm assuming not. It'd be kind of weird if you could, but I'm gonna get to looting. See you later.
Yeah. Good night.